To get started with our project, what we need to do, we need to download the starter code from the link below. And if you have the starter code, what you need to do, you need to extract the zip folder, the zip file. You need to extract, you just need to double click. And now we have our file here. So the next thing that we're going to do is to go ahead and open this folder in VS Code. So I'm going to create, not to create, but I'm going to just open VS Code most probably. But you need to create a new window and you drag and drop the folder in a new window. After doing that, this is the folder structure. So we have app folder where we are going to store everything. That's our components, our constants, contexts, hooks, navigation screens, and right outside we have assets. And here we do have our app.json. So I'm going to introduce this a little bit later, but for now what we need to do, we just need to go ahead and open the terminal and then we install our dependencies. We're not going to be installing dependencies mid-session. So what we're going to do is to just install all the dependencies right before we get started. So let's take a look at our package.json. So in our package.json, we have all the dependencies that we need to create this application. Okay, so these are dependencies that we're going to install now, and then we can get started with our project. So right in our terminal, we're going to run the command npm I or npm install. So both of the commands will achieve the same thing, which is to install dependencies. So that's what we want to do now. So let's go ahead and hit enter. After hitting enter, we have to wait a little bit while our dependencies are installing. But just to utilize the time that we have while they're installing, we're going to just go ahead and introduce the folder structure. So right in our components, this is the folder where we are going to store all the components that we're going to use for this application. And at the moment, we have two components, which are, so we have a horizontal schema and a reusable schema. So these, they'll work hand in hand. We're going to use them to create schemas for our application. So we use schema when our data is loading. So instead of using an activity indicator, we're going to be using schema to show our loading. So that's all in our components. In our constants, we're going to have the colors that we're going to use for this particular application, the sizes that we're going to use as well as shadows. Okay, and we're just going to export them here. The approach that we're taking, we're going to start working on our UI before we integrate our backend. So we need data for that. So our data is going to be in this particular file, UI data. So in this file, we have categories, we have restaurants, we have foods, and we have cart. So this is the data that we're going to use, and we have profile as well. So this is the data that we're going to use when we're creating our application. Right at the bottom, we're just going to export the data so that it can be accessible within our application. So that's it for our constants file. Right at the bottom, we have context. So we're going to be use context hook to pass context through our application. So we're going to have cat count context, login context. This one is supposed to be a restaurant context. This one is a little bit complicated. We'll take care of it and talk about it a little bit more. And we have user context, user location context, and user reversed geocode context. So all our files are the same. Okay, so first we're going to import create context from React, and then we're going to export name of the file. Okay, so this name has to be the same as the name of the file. So if you take a look here, this name is the same as this name that we have up on top, and here we're just going to create context, and initially it's going to be now. That goes for all the files. Context name, which is the same as the file name, and then create context now. So for all, it is the same. For our hooks, it's an empty folder. We don't have anything for now. And for our navigation, we only have one navigation, which is the bottom tab. Okay, so in our bottom tab, we're going to have four tabs. The first one is going to be home. Second one is going to be search. Third is going to be the cart, and the last one is going to be the profile. Okay, so that's it when it comes to our tabs. And in screens, we have the pages, the components that we're going to hook to our bottom navigation. So these are the only pages that we've created. We have the home, cart, profile, and search. The 4 pages that we are hooking to our bottom tab are the only screens that we've created so far. So this is all. And right before we even get started, so in our app.json, it is set up in a way that we don't have to touch it anymore when we start working. So what you need to do here, you need to go ahead and put a package name for your application. So inside Android, you need to add this config. In this config, you're going to add the package, right? After the package, we need a Google Maps API. Okay. So this is important. We need an API. So we're going to go ahead and just see how we can create the API and hook it up here. But for mine, it's already set. So yours, this is going to be like this, but you need the API. The permissions and export location, all these are set up for you beforehand, so you don't have a problem. So the only thing that you need to do when you get in your package.json is to go ahead and put the API key. Okay, so that's all. Right now, let's go ahead and do one more thing, which is to try to run the application. And after we run the application, we're going to go ahead and go to our Google console and then try to get the key together. Okay, even if I have the key, we have to just run through the process so that some people won't be left behind during the process. Okay, so right now what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to run the application. So to run the application, I'm just going to run the command npx export start. Okay, and we just need to hit enter. Okay, so here we're going to use export to run our application, and I'm going to use an iOS simulator to do that. So I'm going to press I. So it might take a little bit for the simulator to open, but it will open eventually. So here the simulator is opening. We have to take a first look at our application before we start working, because in most cases our starter code is working fine. Everything is working fine. We have our bottom tab, we can switch pages. So what we need to do, we need to start working. And one other thing before I go on to the next part is to just tell you, like, all our fonts that we're going to use for this particular application are loaded already. So we don't have to load fonts. The fonts are loaded. Okay, and we have dependencies that we're going to use. So I might not import anything whilst I'm working on this page, because they are already there and you already have them. Without wasting time, let's go ahead and try to get our key from Google, and then we can proceed with our work. Right now, we need to go to our Google console. So just open your browser and go to Google console. Like, that's console.cloud.google.com. I'm just going to open a new project, but if you don't have a project, what you can do, you can come up here and then you can create a new project here. Okay, create a new project, right? You hit create here, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to use an existing project. So I'm going to select my project. I'm going to go with this project, and in this project you need to go to API services. So we want to go ahead and enable APIs that we're going to use. So if you click, you're going to get this page. It has a lot of APIs on it, but the ones that we're going to deal with are going to be map related. So you just need to come to the sidebar and click maps. So on maps, we're going to go ahead and enable, the first one is going to be map SDK for Android. You just go ahead, click on it, enable. Mine is already enabled, so you need to enable that one. That's going to be the first. The second is going to be route API. Not route per se. Is it route? Yes, we need distance metrics. You need to enable this one. You need to enable route API. And you need distance matrix as well. You need to enable this one. After distance matrix, you need to go ahead, map SDK for iOS. You need to enable this one as well. After that, you need directions. You need to enable directions API as well. And coding API, you need to go ahead and enable this one as well. So those are the APIs that we need to enable. So we need 6. If there's one that I left out, probably we need to revisit. So that's 6. After enabling these APIs, what we need to do, we need to go back to our project. Okay, so in this dashboard, we need to go to credentials. So in credentials, we need to go ahead and create a new key. So you can create credentials here. API key. So it's going to take a little bit to create the API key. And then you just need to copy the API key, close. So it's here. So for me, I have the API key already. So I'm just going to copy the API key. But that's what you need to do. So you can either show the API key here, copy, close, and then you go back to your application. So in your application, you need to revisit you need to paste the key here. So yours is going to be empty. So after pasting, you just need to save, and then we're good to go. So that's all for our maps. Next, let's go ahead and start working on our home page. Before we page, the first thing that we need to do, we need to get the current location of the user. So we're going to be using the APIs to get the current location. After getting the current location, we're going to be using. First thing that we need to do before we start working on our home page is to get our location. We need to get our location in our app.json. So right here at the top, what we need to do, we need to create some state variables. So we're going to have quite a few. So the first one that we're going to take care of is location, and we need set location. So here we're going to use state, and our initial state value is going to be now, like that. So that's going to be our first. Let's bring this down. Right at the bottom, we're going to require another one, and this one is going to be for the address. We need to use the address inside our toolbar or app bar, something like that. So we need these state variables first because we need to use these state variables alongside with our context providers. Okay, set address. So now that we have these, what we can do here, we need to import these contexts, one for user location and the other one for the address, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, not really. What we need to do here first, let's go up here. We need to wrap our application with our user location context, like that. Okay, so let's go ahead, cut everything from here, and we're going to paste it here. Let's format the code. So here it's supposed to be context dot provider, like that, but we don't have this context as yet, so we need to go ahead and take care of our context. Okay, so we need to do it manually. It has to be dot provider right at the bottom as well. So the error is gone, but here we need something, is it? So if it is location, we're going to pass the location that we just created right on top, the state variable that we created on top, and we also need to pass set location. Okay, we need to pass these two, and they have to be in double braces like this, but we don't have this user location as yet. So what we can do, we can come right at the top. So we're going to import user location context. So it's going to come from the context folder. Inside the context folder, we have to map it to user location context. Okay. Okay, so it has to be in braces for it to work. So we need to put it in braces. So that's how we import. So what we're doing here, we're going to create a function to get, we're going to get user location in use effect right here at the bottom, and we're going to set it to this value. After it's set to this value, and it's going to be passed to our context using this user location context provider. All right, then we can access it anywhere else. And if there is a change in location somewhere, then we can use this value to set the location from anywhere else in the application, and it can be stored in our location value. Okay, so here I'm going to close this, and I'm going to use effect after fonts loading. Use effect. So for use effect, let's just make the layout first, and then here and here, right? So we need the function to get location, but first we have this default address. So this address, we can get the address where the user is after we get the location. So we should have a default value first. All right, so we need to also set this default address and pass it to our application here. So we're going to wrap our main our routes with another context provider, and this one is going to be different. It's going to be this one, a user reversed geocode. Okay, so we're going to go with user reversed geocode, right? That's the one that we're going to use. So it's the one that's inside. So we have address here, and we have set address. Let's get rid of that. So it's going to be like that. Let's format our code, and we need to import this because we haven't imported it right at the top. So let's just close here, and here we're going to import reverse geocode, and it's going to come from our contexts like that. So we need to set it here. Okay, so if we have to set it in our use effect, that's the first thing that we're going to do. So we're going to set address. Okay, once we set address, we need to provide the address that we need to set. So we're going to use the default address. Okay, so here we have our default address, and it's being passed to our application, to all the pages in our application. So let's take, for example, we want to use this address. What we should just do is to go ahead to the page that we want to use it, and then we're going to extract the context of this file, and then we are going to just print. That's what we're going to do now, and then we can go ahead and just finish up on everything. So first, let's just go to our home page. In our home page here, what we're going to do, we're going to have consts, we're going to have address, set address, okay, is equals to, it has to come from, we have to use contexts hook to access our contexts, and in here inside the bracket we have to mention the name of the context that we want to consume. So in this instance, we're going to consume user reverse geolocation. Okay, this is the context that we are consuming in here. So if I just come down below here and say print, not print, but log address, I'm supposed to get the address that I've set inside of our app.js. Okay, so this is the address that we have here. So our data is being passed to this page. Okay, so if we take a look right into our terminal, so we have city Shanghai, country China, district Pudong, then we have ISO country code. So if we go to our app.js and go to our default address, this is the same data that we're passing as a default address. Okay, so we're done with that part. Next, let's focus on getting the user location and setting it into our user location context. The extraction method is the same for all our context. If you want to use context, we're going to use context hook to retrieve that context, and then we can do whatever we want with the data. Right inside our app.js, in our user effect, now we want to get the user location. So to get the user location, the first thing that we need to do, we need the permissions to get the user location. So we're going to have a variable with the name status. It's supposed to be status here. Okay, so let's put it in braces. Is equals to await. So if this is await, it has to be an asynchronous function here. So what we can do, let's cut everything from here. So we want to create an asynchronous, okay, like that, and then we paste our code. So we are going to await location. So we already have our location right on top, which is this location, expo location, okay? Then here we're going to request foreground permissions. And that's the first thing. After that, we need to check if the permission is granted or not. Okay, so status granted. If it is not equal to granted, then we need to go ahead and set an error. So we need a state variable right on top. Okay, set error message. That's going to be our state variable, and then we are just going to say something like permission to access location was denied. To access location was denied. Something like that. Okay, so let's go ahead, create this state variable right on top. So here we're going to have error, and this is the, so we're going to set this string to this variable if our permission is denied. If else if we have like the permission, we're going to go ahead and get the location. Okay, so right at the bottom we're just going to return like that, and we close. Right at the bottom, now we're dealing with this scenario where the permission is granted, so we're going to have let location. So here we're going to await location, and then we're going to get current position asynchronous. Get current position async. Okay, so after this, that means we will have our location. So once we have this location, we need to set it to the state variable that we created on top, this location variable. Okay, so here we need to call our setter, which is set location, and then we need to set this location that we have here to this variable. So that's all that we need to do to get the location. So we're going to save here. Okay, our location is now here. Not location per se. Let's try to just print the location after we set the location. So we're going to log location. Let's try to reset the application. So here we do have some kind of an error because we're supposed to get the request for permissions. Get our location working. So here we created an asynchronous function, is it? So right after this function, we need to add double brace and then just close the function. So this would be our function here. Okay, after you just add double brace, you save, then you're going to receive this pop-up. You need to allow. Okay, so after allowing, then you will get the coordinates logged on your console like this. So these are the coordinates that we are logging here, right? These are the coordinates that we are logging here. So we're done with our location. The next thing that we're going to do to use this location is to go ahead and just reverse geocode this location so that we can use it as a location, same as our default location, not coordinates. So we're going to require both coordinates and the geolocation and reverse geolocation. So for our location, we are done. That's all that we need to do. This is the function that we need to create to get our current location. So this location is also passed throughout our application because we've already sent it here. Okay, so if we come to home page, just for clarification, here we can have our location, and here set location like that, 1T, and the context that we're using here is going to be user location context, right? and we just need to log the location here, right? Okay, let's get rid of the address. Let's just log the location, so we have the coordinates here. So that's all that we need to do. Next, let's just head straight away and start working on our header. So for our header, we're going to be using this location that we have so that we can reverse it to get an address similar to the one that we're setting as a default address here. We don't need these two. We don't need these contexts in our home page, and we have to remove these imports again. Okay, so what we need to do here, we need to go ahead and open and create a new component inside of our component folder, and we are going to call it home header. Okay, so in this component, that's where we are going to be getting our location and do the stuff that we were doing in our home page. We just want to keep our home page clean and just separate every component from our page so that we can just import components as components. Okay, we don't want unnecessary code in there. So the first thing that we need to do in here is to create the component itself. So we have our component right here and we have a view. So we need to get rid of this text. But before we get rid of the text, what we should do here, let's just save and go to our home page. In our home page, right at the top, like that's after this view 2, what we need to do, we need to import this home header. Okay, like that. So let's say we have this text, so we have our header here. So I'm going to remove this text from here because we don't need it as yet, but we're going to put something there in a little bit. We need to provide style. So our style here, we're just going to put our style inside of the view. So the first thing that we need, the first style that we need is flex direction. We need to create a row. Okay, after creating a row, we need to justify the content of this row. So we're going to use justify content, and our justify content is going to be space between, like that. Okay, so inside we're going to require another view. This view is going to wrap around 2 of our components, because what we need to do here, we need to have 2 components inside of our header. So one of the component that we're going to have here is going to be a row as well. So it's supposed to be a row inside of a row and another component. So the first row is being counted as one component. So the space between our property, this space between property will work fine because we have one component on the left, like the far side of the left side, and we'll have the other one at the end. Okay, so it's bezel to bezel. We don't want it to be within. So here, let's go ahead and have our style. In this style, we have to get it from these styles that we're importing here. So we're going to create our style in here. So first we need to access these styles, and the style that we're going to create, we're going to call it outer style. So let's go ahead and create this outer style here. So we need to create the style object. After creating the style object, now we need to set the properties of the outer style. So the first thing that we're going to have is margin bottom. So we're going to have a margin bottom of 10. After the margin bottom, we're going to have margin horizontal. We need to have a little bit of space from the bezel, okay, from the bezels of the screen. So our header have to be like inside a little bit. So let's have margin horizontal, and we're going to give it a margin horizontal of 20. After that, we're going to have flex direction. This one has to be a row as well. So we're going to use flex direction, and the prop that we're going to use in here is row, not column, like that. So we are done with our outer style. Right now, we need to go ahead and work inside of this view. Okay, so inside this view, we're going to have an asset image. So our asset image, we're going to design a component that we're going to reuse throughout the application when we're dealing with asset images. Okay, so in our components, we're going to create a new file and we're going to call it asset image like that, and it has to be a JSX file. Go ahead and create our component. So we're going to use RNFES because we're creating a component with style. After that, we need to get rid of this field that we have in here. So the first thing that we need an image component. So make sure that this component is imported right on top. Otherwise, we are bound to run into an error. So we need to import it. So our image takes a source prop. So our source is going to come from our props right here on top. Okay, so we need to add braces and we need to add data. So data is going to be our source. Okay, so we're going to say data here. So our image has to have style, right? And our style is going to come from these styles that we have down at the bottom. So we're going to access these styles and we're going to create a style with the name image. Okay, and we're going to create this style as a function, so it will take in arguments. So the arguments that this prop is going to take are going to be width. We're also going to have height. We're going to have mod, and we're going to have radius. It's supposed to be radius with an A. Okay, so these are the props, and we're supposed to pass these props from the parent component that we're using, this asset image. So we have to receive them from here. Okay, so it's going to be like this, and down at the bottom we need to create this image style. Okay, so it's supposed to be image, and here we're going to take in arguments, and then we're going to create our style. Okay, so first we're going to require width, so I'm just going to put 0 for now, and the next one is going to be height, and height I'm going to put 0 for now. And we're going to, let's see, why do we have an error? Okay, we do have an error because this has to be wrapped around a bracket. Okay, so we need to put a bracket before. And we're going to have a border radius. So our radius is going to be mapped to radius. And we also have a resize mode. And our resize mode is going to be mapped to mode. Okay, so these two, they're supposed to be mapped to the width and height. So first we're going to pass the height here and we're going to pass the width. Once we have these, now we need to receive them here. Okay, because we are passing them here, we receive them and we're going to use them here. Okay, so we can just copy all these from here and then we paste them here. Okay, so it's going to be like this. So we are done with this component and it's ready for us to use it in our parent component. And our parent component in this instance is this component, home header. Okay, so in our home header we need to import the asset image. So let's go ahead and do that. Asset image, and let's go ahead and close it. So it's not imported, so what we're going to do, we're going to import it manually right at the top. Asset image, and it's going to come from asset image. Okay, so first, if we hover over, and now we have our props showing here, that means we have successfully imported this component. Okay, so that's what you need to do to check whether your component has been successfully imported or not. So the first thing that we need to take care of is the data. Okay, so our data is going to be an asset image. So if it is an asset image, we're going to use the require method, put some brackets, and we put the path with which way we are getting our image. So our image is going to come from assets, and from assets we need to visit images, and in images we need to get this profile. So that's going to be our first prop. Right at the bottom we're going to require width, and our width here we're going to put it as 55. Let's give it a height. Our height is going to be the same as our width, and we need mod. So our mod is going to be cover, and right at the bottom we need radius, and our radius is going to be 99 because we need it to be circular. So if we save, we have our image here. So that's the process that we're going to use if you're dealing with asset image. We're just going to call this component and manipulate these values Okay, so that's the first. Next, we're going to move on to our text. So our text has to be inside this because we need text here to show our location, right? So right at the bottom, we're going to have another view. So we say by default, a view comes as a column. So this view, we want it to be a column, but we're going to give it a style, and our style is going to be header text. So we need to create the style from the styles below. Okay, so we're going to give it a name, header style. So let's copy the name, come at the bottom, and we're going to create the style object. So our header style, we need to give it a margin left. We're going to give it a margin left of 15. After that, we need to give it we need to justify our content to the center. Okay, so here it's supposed to be string, then center. So we need text inside of this view. So we need to import the text component. So if we write something, it's supposed to show here. So we are going to have two lines, two text components. So it's supposed to be like that, one on top, one at the bottom. So here is going to be a delivery address. So we're going to say delivering to. And right at the bottom, that's where we're going to put the address. Okay. So our address is going to come from our context. Okay, our address context. So we need to import our context here. So consts, and here we're going to require address and set address. So remember, we don't have the current address as yet, but it's something that we're going to take care of after designing this. We have the default, so we're going to use the default to design, but when displaying, we need to display the right address. So we're going to use the use context hook to access our context, and we need to specify where the location is coming from. So the location is coming from user reverse geocode, like that, right? So let's go ahead and log this so that we can pick the values that we want. Okay, so here we're going to display we put a brace first, and then we're going to put a $sign, and then we need to concatenate the text, and the $sign should be inside. So we're going to access address, and then we're going to get the city, right? So if we get the city, now we have Shanghai. We need another one, and we need to display the name. Okay, so that's the road, Shanghai 33 East Nanjing Road. Okay, so it's going to be like that. So let's add a little bit of style, and then we can go ahead and take care of this address to get the real address, not the default one. So for now, let's get rid of the log that we're logging. So let's deal with our style. So down at the bottom, we need to create one style with the name heading. So in our heading, we're going to have font family. So our font family is going to be medium. It's supposed to be medium here, and we need to give it a font size. We're going to give it a font size of sizes. So we're going to use the sizes in our constants, and then we're going to get medium as well. And we need to give this text a color. So our colors are going to come from the colors from our constants, and here we're going to take the secondary color. So we need to hook this heading to our text, which is this text that we have here. Okay, so we need to access our styles, and then we get the heading. So that's going to be the style of our text. So we need to create another style for the text below. Okay, so I'm just going to copy the one that we created, paste it here, and then change the name. So this one, we're going to call it location, like that. So for location, we need to create another style object down below. Add a comma, and then we change the name from heading to location, like that. So if we save, it's going to be like this, but that's not what we want. What we need to do, we need to make it regular here so that it can be a little bit smaller, and we need to change the size to small, +2. And the color here, it has to be gray, like that. So that's going to be the style of our address. So far so good. We are done with this. What we can do here, we can try to reduce the size from 55 to 50 and see how the image look. Okay, that's much better. So now we need to deal with whatever we are going to have here, but that's something that we're going to touch on a little bit later. So the priority that we have now is to create a function where we are going to get the current reverse location of a user, okay? So we're going to do it right here on top. So we're going to use effect to achieve that, and we're also going to use expo location to get the current location of a user. Get a reverse geocode of a particular coordinates. We need the coordinates. So we already have the coordinates from this particular function that we ran in our app.js, right? And we are passing the coordinates using this user location context. So we need to access this context and get the coordinates and use them to get the reverse geocode location, okay? So let's go to our header. The first thing that we need to do right on top, we need to access the context, the location context, okay? So we're going to have location, and we're going to have set location. So here we're going to access user location, okay? So we need to have use effect. So make sure that this use effect has been imported from React. If you are sure that it's been imported, then you can go ahead and use it. Okay, so that's going to be our use effect. So right inside, we're going to check if location is not equal to null. Is not equal to null, then we're going to go ahead and run the function to reverse geocode. So we're going to run the location in here, okay? And here we're going to use changes in location to just run this use effect, okay? So first, let's create the function to reverse geocode. We're going to do that right at the bottom, okay? So const reverse geocode, okay? So when we're reverse geocoding, our function has to be asynchronous, and they have to take in some parameters. So the parameters that this function is going to take is the latitude and the longitude, and the longitude. These two arguments, right? So right inside, we need to have a function const reverse geocoded address. So here we are going to await for the location. So we need to import this location from expo location. Okay, so let's just go ahead to our app.js, and we get this one here, the location, and it's the same one that we're going to use here. And from location, we're going to go ahead and reverse geocode async. So in here, we're going to require our longitude and our latitude. So first, let's have our longitude. So our longitude is going to be the longitude that we passed on top, and let's have our latitude, and the latitude is the latitude that we are passing from our arguments here. And after that, we are going to set address again, okay? So the address is going to be whatever we are going to get here. But before that, what we're going to do here is going to just log the reverse geocoded address, okay? So we need to run this function in here in our use effect, and we're going to provide the latitude and the longitude, okay? So our latitude is going to come from location.codes. So if we take a look here, this is our location, right? Location object. So we need to access this particular key, and then we're going to get the latitude. So it's supposed to be codes dot latitude, and we do the same for longitude. So here it's supposed to be longitude, like that. So if we save, now we have this reverse geocoded address printed here. So when we're setting the address, we need to access this list because it's coming back as a list. We need to set this reverse geocoded address, which is this list that we're getting, and we're getting index 0, okay? So if we get index 0, now you can see our address changed here from Shanghai to the address that we have here. So that's how we change the address. If we don't have the address, we're going to go with default. So we're done with that part. At the bottom, we need to create another function to get the time and just place some emojis according to the time. So we're going to have a function with the name get time of the day. Okay, let's just call it time of day. And here, our function doesn't have to be asynchronous. So that's going to be our function. So here we need to create two variables, which is now is equals to new date. And we create another one, which is hour. So hour is equals to now dot get hours. Okay, like that. So right at the bottom, we're going to have a condition. If hour, then okay, and this is 0, like 12. Let's just clean this a little bit. So this is during the day, right? So if it is like that, then we're going to return an emoji. It's an emoji. A sunny emoji. Yeah. So we can get emojis here. So we have the sun. Let's get this one. Okay. And just press space here. So we're going to have else if, then return something. Right at the bottom, we're going to have else, right? So here we just need to specify the hours. So here, if it is more than 12, it's greater than 12. It's greater than 12 if hour is greater than 12, but less than 17, then we're just going to go ahead and return something else. We're going to return noon. It will be in the afternoon. So for the noon, we're going to use this one. Let's add a little bit of space. Else we're going to return night. Okay. So if it is night, we are going to return a moon. So for the moon, we're going to go with this one. It seems like I do have trouble clicking it. Okay. Now it's okay. So let's close this. So if you don't have access to this on iOS, what you can do, you can just go to your browser and you can type emoji. Okay, Emojipedia. Okay, so you can get the emojis here. You just need to verify and just look for the emoji that you want. You copy it and you paste it. Okay, so let's take for example, I want the moon. Search for the emoji. So this is the moon that we're looking for. We can just copy this, go back to our application, and then we can just paste it here. So it's easier that way. So we need to call this function here. So here we're going to have a variable with the name greetings, which is going to be the return value of this function, right? So right at the top, we need to set some state variables. So const, let's just call it time, set time is equals to use state. So here, initially it's going to be now. So we need to set the time, and then we're going to push greetings in here. So let's say here, this is our row, is it? So outside of this row, we're going to have another text, not another text, but we're just going to have a text component. And here, we're just going to render the time. So we have our icon here and it's small. So we need to have style. So here we need font size. Let's give it a size of 30, 36. Okay, like that. So that's how we are going to do it. So we are done with this header. Next, we're going to be working on our categories and then everything else that comes after our categories. Header, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and have a scroll view. Whatever we are going to have right underneath this header has to be scrollable, or the widgets that or the components that we're going to put right underneath the header. Okay, but our header has to be stationary. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, I'm going to have a scroll view. Make sure that the scroll view has been imported right on top. Okay, so your scroll view has to be imported here, and we have to close it. Okay, and we need to give our scroll view a little bit of style. So let's go ahead and do that. So for the style, let's go ahead and put it inside our component first, and then we can transfer it to our styles. these styles underneath. Okay, so first we need to go ahead and hide the vertical scroll indicator. Okay, so we're going to have show vertical. Okay, this prop is a prop of the scroll indicator, scroll view. So here we have to set it to false. Okay, so we need double brace, and then we're going to set it to false. After that, we need to style our component here. It has to be in a single brace, not a double brace, but our style has to be in a double brace. So the first thing that we need in our style, we need border. We need a bottom border radius. Okay, we're going to go with a bottom end radius. Okay, and for radius, we have to give it a radius of 30. And then we need start. Okay, and we have to give it the same radius of 30, like that. So now we need to go ahead and work inside of our scroll view. So inside of our scroll view, we are going to have our first component, which is going to be a category list. So we need to go ahead and create a component with the name category list, and it has to be a JSX file. After it has to be a JSX file. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to rename. I don't want files to conflict, so I'm going to delete this file since I named it wrong, and create a new component. I'm not in Shima, but in components. Paste the name, and it has to be a JSX file, like that. And here we need to create our component. After creating our component, the first thing that we need is to have our data, because we need to pass data to this category list. Okay, so we're going to pass the data as a prop here. So this data, we're going to call it, we have to give it a name which is similar to the name that we're going to use at the end of the day, because we don't need to. Okay, so here let's just go ahead. The data, we're going to put it inside, so that's okay. So here we have to import our data first. So our data is coming from this UI data. Okay, so we need to import the data first. So we're going to import UI data. Okay, so here we're going to have state variables. These state variables, we're going to use them later, but it's better if we just create them now. So I'm going to explain a little bit about these state variables a little bit later when we are using them. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and create them. So the first one is going to be selected, and we need to set selected. And here we're going to use state, and we're going to initialize this as now, like that. Right at the bottom, we're going to create another, not another, but it's just a list. We're going to create a list with 5 numbers, 5. In this list, we have to include the name first, okay? So this one is going to be categories. Let's just say categories is equals to that list. Let's just close the list here. And right here, we're going to receive some props. So here we're going to set selected. So these are going to be called from our home page. They're going to come from our home page. So the first one is set selected category. The next one is going to be set selected selection. Let's call it section, not selection. And we're going to have set selected value, like that. Okay, so these ones, we're going to leave them like this for now, but we need to create them in our home page as state variables. Okay, so next thing, let's just work on our UI. So as for our UI, we're going to have a flat list. So you need to make sure that the flat list has been imported right on top here before we proceed. And our flat list is a closed component. And the first thing that we require in our flat list is the data. Okay, so our data is going to come from UI data. Here we have to get categories. After that, we need to disable the horizontal indicator, scroll indicator. We have to set it to false, right? And we have to make this horizontal. Now let's add a little bit of style. So for our style, here we're going to just have margin top, and we're going to give it a margin top of 5, like that. And we need a key extractor. So for our key extractor here, we're going to pass the item that we're getting from this data. And from that item, we're going to get the ID. So here we're going to get item.id. underscore ID because we're using the data from the database. So it's going to be like this. Okay. So let's go underneath. Right underneath, we're going to require a prop by the name render item. So in our render item, we're going to go ahead and get an item. This item is going to come from this data, so it will be a single object coming from the list. So if we click here, let's go to our categories. An item, it will be a single object from this data, from this list. Okay. After getting an item, what we need to do, we need to render the component that we need to display. Okay. So first, we're going to wrap our item in a touchable opacity, and then we're going to close this. So right inside of this touchable opacity, we're going to require a category item. Okay. So we're going to create this category item as a separate component. So back to our components, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it category item, and it has to be a JSX file. Let's go ahead and create the component. After creating the component, right inside, we need to receive the item. Okay, so we're going to receive the item as category, and we're going to have selected the value, selected the one that we are setting here. We're going to push it to this component that we're creating. Okay, so let's get rid of this text, and inside here we need to pass a style. So in our style, the first thing that we need to have a margin left. So we're going to have margin left, and we're going to give this a margin left of 12. Padding, we're going to give this component a padding of 5, and we need to align items to the center like that. We need to also give our component width. We need to give it a width of 80, and let's give it a height, and we're going to give it a height of 50. Let's give it a height of 55 like that. Let's justify the content, and we're justifying the content to the center. Let's give it a border radius. We're going to give it a border radius of 15, and let's give it a border width. So this is something that I'll explain in a little bit while the component is functional, because it's really hard to explain this style while you don't have the component. So we're going to give it a width of 0.5. Now we need to set the border color. So here I'm going to have border color. So for the border color, I'm going to use this value to set the border color. Okay, so here I'm going to use this and the data that we're getting. So category.value is equals to selected. Then we're going to have to display a border color of colors.secondary. Else we're going to have our color is transparent, and let's give it a shadow color. So our shadow color is going to come from our shadows. Okay, our shadows has to be all caps, shadows.small. So these shadows are coming from our constants as well. So if you see here, we've imported them. Okay, so right inside, we're going to require an image component. So make sure that this image has been imported. So we don't have an image right on top, so we have to import the image. After importing the image, we need to close this component. Okay, so the first thing we need the source of the image that we're going to display. So our source is going to come from a URI, from a URL. So we need to pass the parameter URI, and then we need to specify where the image is coming from. So our image is coming from item.image URL like that. So we need to give this image a style. So for our style, we need to give it a width. We're going to give it a width of 30, and we're also going to give it a height, and our height is going to be 30 as well, like that. So we are done. Right underneath, we're going to have a text. Okay, so we already have our text imported right on top, so we just need to enter our style in here and our text in here. So our text is going to come from our category prop that we sent from, that we're receiving from the parent component. So here it's supposed to be title. Okay, and let's give a little bit of style to this component, to the text component. So here we're going to have our style. So we need font size. So our font size is going to be 13, and our font family is going to be regular, like that. So we finished with this component. What we can do now, we can go back to this category list, and right inside of our touchable opacity, what we're going to do, we're going to import the category item. Okay, category item, and it's a closed component, so we need to close it. And if we hover over, we require category, that's the data, and we require this state variable selected. Okay, so here we're going to go with selected first, and selected is equals to this selected that we have right here on top. And our data here is supposed to be category, so this category is going to be this item that we're receiving here. Okay, so in here we need to just pass the item. So let's go back to our home page. In our home page, we need to import this category list here. Okay, so here we're going to have our category list, and we need to close our category list. Okay, so now we have our category list. So one thing that we need to take care of are the state variables, because here we're not passing any. So we need these three, 1, 2, 3, the variables to be pushed to this particular component. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the state variables in our home page, and then we can continue. So right at the top of our home page here, we're going to have consts. So the first one is going to be, let's hover over selected categories, selected category. So here we need an array. Let's paste this, and let's have our value. So here it has to be lowercase, and here we need to use state. So initially it is going to be null. So let's go ahead and take care of the other ones. We need two more. We have over, and we get the second one, set selected section. So here we have selected section, like that. We have over again selected value. So here we define our setter first. We get the title, we paste it there, and then we put this as lowercase, something like that. So here we need to pass our state variables. So we just press enter, set selected category. We're going to map it to set selected category. Let's go ahead and handle the next one, set selected section. So here, set selected section, and right underneath selected value, set selected value. Okay, so we need to go back to our category list to create a function to handle these scenarios. Okay, but for now, in our home page, we are done. So right now, let's go ahead and create a function to handle the click. Okay, so if we click on one of these items, we should set the value of this particular item that we click to our state variables. So the function is not going to be that simple. So let's go ahead and just create it. So right at the top, we're going to have consts, and to selected category. Selected category. So here we're going to take in an item. So we're going to have a condition inside. So here, if selected is equals to item.value, then we're going to set all the state variables to null, right? So if we click, all right, then we're going to set values, right? And if we click again, we have to set those values to null. So that's what we want to achieve. So first, we're going to have set selected category. We're going to set it to null. set selected to null, because each and every time that we're clicking, we should set and reset, set and reset if we're clicking on the same object. And this will help us, this state variable will help us to have this condition here. Section, so all of our state variables here, they have to be null. Let's go to the last one. The last one is going to be set selected value is going to be null here. Else we're going to set some values to this state variable. So here, the first one is category. So if it is a category, we're going to take item dot ID underscore ID, like that. We're taking the category ID. Set selected. So for selected, we're taking the item dot value. Selected section, this one is going to be category. We have to set it manually. And set selected value. So for the value is going to be the item dot title. Okay, so here we have to use our function. So here it's not working because we are not using our function. So here on press, we have to use our function. So right inside, we have to use our function, and we have to pass this item to our function. Okay, so that's what we want to achieve. So if it is selected, then we are going to show we have to show this color as our border, color. If it is not selected, then we are going to show transparent, right? And one other thing, we are going to go ahead and use this state variable somehow to have a dynamic home screen. We need to just correct the error. So the error is coming from here. The reason why we weren't getting the ID is because of the state variable that we passed here. Okay, so for selected category, this one is correct, but for selected value is wrong. So here, it's supposed to be set selected value. Okay, so here, if we click, now we're getting the ID. So this ID is the one that we're going to use to get the food related to this particular ID. Okay, so we're going to be using the district from our location and our category to get all the food from this particular category and in the vicinity, in that particular area that the user is in. So that's it for this part. Let's visit our item. Our item, everything is okay. What we can do here, we can just get rid of this style since we're not using it. So we're done with the item. The lists, we're almost done. So what we would do next is to just use these values, because these values are going to be used for a shimmer. So we're going to use them when we're getting our data from our REST API, but the function and everything is working fine. So next we're going to be working on our nearby restaurant. So right now we need to go ahead and have another, we want to have a title here, and then we can have a choice list. Like if you want to pick restaurants according to ratings, if you want to pick recommendations, something like that. So let's go ahead and do that. First, we need to go ahead and create a new component, and we have to give it a name, choices list. So this is just the same as the one that we created on top, but a little bit different, because on top we are picking food, but below what we're going to do, we're going to be focusing on restaurants, not food. Okay. So it has to be a JSX file. In a JSX file, we need to create a component. After creating a component, okay, let's go ahead and create this component with style. After creating a component, the first thing that we need to have a title right on top. So we're going to leave this text here. Let's give this text a little bit of style. So for the style, we're going to go ahead and have margin left. We're going to give it a margin left of 16, not 116. After that, let's go ahead and give it a margin vertical. So it's MV. We're going to give it a margin vertical of 8. We want to create a little bit of space up and at the bottom. So that's why we're using vertical. Let's give it a font size. We're going to give the text a font size of 18, and we have to make the text bold. Okay, so this one should be font family. So for the font family, we're going to go with bold. It's supposed to be bold here, like that. Let's go ahead and save. So we need to hook this component to our home page. So right after this choices lists, we can just go ahead. After the category list, we can go ahead and hook choices lists like that. Okay, so we have our text here, and it's written as choices list, but we have to change the name to pick restaurant like that. Okay, let's make this 12. Okay, so that we can push it down a little bit. So right at the bottom, right after this text, let's just format this. After this text, what we need to do, we need to have a flat list. So first, we need to make sure that our flat list component has been imported on top right here, because we want to create a list, same as this one, but it's going to be a text list, no images for that part. And the data that we're going to be using is going to come from our UI data, this file that we have in our constants. So first we need to define the data, where the data is coming from. So we need the data source. So here our data is going to come from UI data dot choices list. So if we click here, our choices list is here, and this is the data. So if we click on the first component, is going to bring us to return restaurants where pickup is true. The second one, we're going to return 4-star restaurants, 3-star, and under 30 minutes, like restaurants that can deliver under 30 minutes. And here, if we click, we can just get recommended restaurants. Okay, so that's the list that we want to use. Right at the bottom of our data, we want to disable the horizontal scroll indicator. So we need to set it to false, and we need a key extractor. So for a key extractor, we have an ID. So we need to access the item, and from the item, we're going to use the ID as our key extractor. So here is supposed to be item.id dot to string. Okay, so we do have an error here because we're in a scroll view. This one has to be horizontal. If we set it to horizontal, then the error will be gone because we're scrolling horizontally. But for our page, we're going to be scrolling vertically. Okay, we're going to enable scroll, and then we're going to, let's have a style first. So for style, we need to have margin top. Margin top, we're going to give it a 5. Right at the bottom, we're going to render item. So to render item, we're going to require the item. So inside, we're going to pass the item first, and we need to have the component that we're going to render. Okay, let's see. It has to come outside like that. So in here, the first component that we're going to require is a touchable opacity. So let's make sure that this touchable opacity component has been imported right on top, and we have it. So we can just close. Now we have our touchable opacity. So we need to give style to this touchable opacity. So first we're going to require a background color. So for background color, we have to do the same thing. We're going to use a state variable to change our background color. So we need to define a state variable right on top. So we're going to have selected just the same way that we did for the categories list. We're going to have selected and set selected like that. So here we're going to use state, and by default it's going to be no. Okay, if selected is equals to item.value, that means we're clicking on something. We're clicking on a particular component. Then the color has to be secondary. So we're going to use colors.secondary. Otherwise, the color is going to be colors.lightwhite. Okay, let's format this. So we're done with our background. We still need to add a little bit more props right inside. So we're going to have a height. We're going to give our component a height of 40. After that, we're going to give this component a border radius of 12. Let's give it a margin horizontal of 8, and we need to justify content to the center. So right inside of our touchable opacity, we're going to have a text. Okay, so we need to display the text. So the text is going to be item.name. So we need to add braces. We need to access our item like that. Right. So that's going to be our list. So let's go ahead and style our text a little bit. So here we need to give style to this text. So first we're going to have margin horizontal. We need to create a little bit of space on the end of this text, because vertically we already have a little bit of margin, but horizontally we don't. So we need to give it a horizontal of 10. So if you give it a horizontal, we've created a little bit of space. That's exactly what we need. So here we need to go ahead and manipulate the font size and font family. So let's just go ahead and deal with the font family. We're going to make it regular, and let's change the font size. We're going to give it a size of 13 like that. So here, okay, we're not yet doing anything with our state. So here on press, let's pass an empty function in here first. Right at the top, let's go ahead and create a function with the name handle press. Okay, so if you're handling press, we need to set state. Okay, so we need to have a condition same as the one that we had, like we created in the last function. So if selected is equals to item.value, that means that item is already selected. The component is already selected. So we need to, the next time that we click on the same component, we need to set state to now. We need to remove the selection. Okay, so we're going to use set selected, and we're going to set the value to now. That's the first thing. And here, if the component is not selected, then here we're going to just go ahead and set selection to item.value. Okay, like that. So here, let's go ahead. Here we're supposed to receive an item, and whenever we are calling for our handle press, we're supposed to pass an item. Okay, yeah, okay, like that. So if we select, then that means this state variable is equals to whatever value is being provided from here. If we click again, we're setting the value of this state variable to now. Okay, Okay, so here we are almost done, but we need to deal with the color of our text. So in our text component here, we need to manipulate the color. So we're going to have color here. So if item dot value is equals to selected, then we're going to have our color as colors dot light white. Else our color is going to be colors dot green, like that. Okay. So if it is not selected, then it's going to be a grayish color. If it is selected, the text color is going to be white. And at the same time, we're going to require the same state variables that we used in the other component. Okay. So let's go ahead to our choice lists. So here we're going to receive two props. We're going to receive set selected choice, and we're also going to receive set selected section. So like that, we're going to receive these two. Okay, so we need to use them here in our handle press, and we're also going to use this one here. So on top, all the values are going to be now like that. And when we are pressing it for the second time, we need to set values. Okay, so for the choice, we're going to use item.value. And for the selection, we're going to say restaurant, like that. So we need to pass these in our home. Okay, so here we need to create another state variable with the name selected choice. So let's go back to our home. Right on top, let's just copy paste selected choice. Then here, set selected choice. We can just change this to choice, from value to choice, right? Like that. So let's pass them here. Set selected choice. That's the first one. The next one is going to be selected section. Okay, like that. So let's bring our terminal, our console, because we want to just log the state variables. So right on top in our home page, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and log selected choice. Okay, 4-star. That's the choice that we selected. 30 minutes, 3-star pickup. Okay, so far so good. Everything is working. We are going to move on to our restaurants down here, our restaurant recommendations. Okay, now what we need to do, we need to go ahead and okay, we have an error. Let's see. Okay, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and work on our recommendations down here. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, we just need to go ahead and create a view. Everything that's going to come right under this pickup has to be in a view. Okay, it has to be in a view. So let's say in a column, because a view is the same as a column. So we're going to put everything in this column. So the first thing that we're going to require is a heading. We need a heading for our recommendation. If it is for restaurants, if it is for food, if it is for nearby foods or closer to you. Okay, so we're going to create a component for our header, not our header. So it's going to be a heading.jsx. So we need to create the component. After creating the component, we need to go ahead. In here, we're going to receive the heading text because we're going to be reusing it, and we're going to have on press. Okay, so those are the two components that we need. So here we're going to have a view and a text, right? So in our view, we need to pass a style. So for our style, we need to have flex direction. So it's going to be a row because we need to have a text and then an icon to show all. Like if we are in recommendations, we're going to show maybe 4 or 5 items. And if we click on the button here to see all, we're taken to another page. So we need to be in a row. Okay, so our first item of our row is going to be a text, and then we're going to have an icon down here. Okay, so let's focus on our design first, and then we can move on to our components inside. So margin top, we're going to give it a margin top of 15. After that, we're going to give it a margin bottom. Okay, so let's give it a margin bottom of 7. Format the code. Right after that, we're going to justify content. and we're going to make this space between. Okay, let's give it a margin right. We're going to give it a margin right of 16. So what we can do, we can cut this and we put it down here. We're going to give it a name. We're going to call it heading. So that's going to be the name of our style. So we need to call our styles here and we need to get this heading. So let's go ahead and format. After that, let's deal with our text. So this text is going to be this heading, okay, because it's the text that we're receiving from the parent component that we're going to be using this component in. Okay, that's wrong. It's supposed to be here. It's supposed to be heading. Okay, and we need to give our text a style. So for our text, we need to go ahead and give our text a margin left, and we're going to give it a margin left of 16. Let's go give it a font size. We're going to give it a font size of 18, and let's change the font family, and we're going to make it bold like that. So we need to go ahead and hook this to our home page so that we can make changes as we see them. So our style here is going to be styles.text. Okay, so if we go back to our home page, right inside of the view that we created, we want to hook this heading. Okay, and it's going to be a closed component, and inside we need to pass heading. So our heading is going to be a string. So the first one is going to be nearby restaurants. Okay, mind the spelling. So that's going to be our heading over there. So far so good. And on press, I'm going to pass an empty function for now. But on press, we should do something. Okay, so let's go back to our heading. We need to place an icon right at the other end of this. Okay, so we have a title and we have an icon over there. So at the bottom, what we're going to do, it's either we're going to use a touchable opacity or a pressable. Either way, they work the same. So you need to make sure that this pressable is imported from React Native. And here we're going to have on press, and on press, we're going to map it to the on press that we have on top. Okay, so we're done with that. Next, let's go ahead and import icons so that we can use icons right inside of this pressable. Okay, so for icons, we're going to be using ion icons, and these ones are going to come from at expo vector icons like that. So here we're going to have our icon. We need the name of the icon, and our name is going to be a grid. We need to give it a size. No, not an ID, but a size. We're going to give our icon a size of 20. After that, we need to give it a color. So for our color, we're going to use our colors, and then here we're going to go with the secondary like that, and we need to close this icon. Okay, so we do have our icon here, and it's pressable. Okay, let's change this to touchable opacity. So if it is touchable opacity, we need to change this to, and we need to go ahead and remove this. Okay, so we are done with our heading. Next, we're going to be focusing on the nearby restaurants here, like the flat list for our nearby restaurant. Right now, we need to work on our flat list, the list that we're going to have down here. So the first thing that we need to do, let's just go ahead and create a new component, and we're going to call it nearby restaurants. So we go to apps, components, we create a new file. In this file, we're going to call it nearby. Okay, nearby restaurants. Okay, and let's do that again. It's supposed to be nearby restaurants. Okay, it has to be restaurants like that, and it has to be a JSX file. And here we need to create our component, and we're creating our component with style. So now we have our component. Before anything, what we're going to do, we're just going to hook this component here, okay, right after our header. So we're going to have nearby restaurants. We're not passing anything as yet. So that's our component here. So we need to go ahead and work on it. So inside, what we're going to require is this view. Okay, so inside of this view, not inside, but we need to give a little bit of style. Let's bring back the text just to see how we are styling. So we need style, right? So for style, we're going to have margin lefts, which has to be double brace in here. We're going to have margin left, and we need to give it a margin left of 12, and we need to give it a margin top. So it's supposed to be empty, and we're going to give it a margin top of 10, like that. So we need to align this nearby restaurants, our component to our title right here. Okay, so we're done with that part. Let's go ahead and work inside of our view. So inside of our view, since we're going to display our nearby restaurants as a list, we're going to require a flat list. So our flat list has been imported right on top, and it's a closed component. And the first thing that we're going to require is the data. Okay, the data prop. So our data prop requires the data. Okay, so we need to use the data in our constants, and this one, it has to be restaurants. Okay, like this. So we're going to make this horizontal. After making it horizontal, we need to get rid of the scroll indicator. It has to be false in here, right? Let's give our flat list a style. So in our style, we're going to take care of margin top and row gap, because it's going to be a row. Okay, if it is horizontal, it's a row. If it is vertical, then it's a column. It's a column. Yes. So we're going to have margin top, and we're going to give it a margin top of 5. We're going to have a row gap of 10, like that. Right at the bottom, we're going to enable scroll. So we're going to have scroll enable, and we're going to render our item. Okay, so when rendering our item, first we're going to pass our item in here, and then we're going to display the component that we need to display. Okay, so the component that we're going to display here, we're going to give it a name, store component. Okay, so we're going to create that component, and we're going to hook it up here. Okay, so for starters, we can just put a text component like that, and here we just say item, and let's go with title, like that. So we have our horizontal list. Okay, so next, let's go ahead and create this store component and come back and replace this text component that we have here. Move ahead. So right now, let's go ahead and work on our store component. So to do that, the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a new component inside of our components folder. Okay, and we're going to call this store component. It has to be a JSX file. In this JSX file, we have to create our file, and we have to create it with style. Okay, so that's our store component. So our store component here is going to take in an item. It's going to take an item as a prop, and we're going to have on press as well. So we are going to have two props, the item and on press. It's supposed to be component, store component. Let's see whether we made a typo. Okay, so our problem is here. What we can do here, we can just rename this to component, like that. This name is okay, we can leave it like that, but this name, it has to be store component. So in our store component, we need to wrap it around the touchable opacity, because each and every time that we click, we should be redirected to another page. Okay, so we're going to have a touchable opacity. So our touchable opacity has been imported right on top, and right underneath, we're going to have a touchable opacity. So we need style for this touchable opacity. So our style is going to come from styles. Okay, and we're going to call it a wrapper. Okay, so in our styles, we're going to create a style object with the name wrapper. So that's going to be our object. So we have to give it a margin right of 15. Let's go ahead and give it a background color. So we're going to give it a background color of light white. So we're going to take colors from our constants, and here we have to make it light white. After that, let's give it a padding. We're going to give it a padding of 8, and we're going to give it a border radius of 16. Okay, so we're going to have border radius here, and we're going to give it a border radius of 16. So it's not yet hooked to our flat list, so we cannot see anything. And the next thing that we need to have our on press. So on press, we're going to map it to on press. This on press that we have on top. Okay, so we're done with this touchable opacity. Now we need to work inside. So the first thing that we need inside, we're going to require an image. Okay. The text, we can leave it there, but we're going to require an image. And the image, we're going to use a similar approach as the one that we use for our asset image. We're going to create a component with the name network image. So let's go ahead and do that. It's supposed to be network image here, and it has to be JSX. Okay, so what we can do, we can just go ahead to our asset image, because the approach is the same, and we're going to copy everything and we're going to paste it in here. So instead of having this asset image, we're going to go ahead and replace this asset with network, like that. So our source has to be a little bit different. Okay, so here we're passing data, but for our source now, it's coming from a URI. So we're going to say URI semicolon, and then here is supposed to be data, like that. So that's the only change that we need to make. So we are done with this network image, and let's close it. And we're going to call the component inside of our store component. So we're going to have network image, okay? And it's going to be a closed component. So we have to import it manually. So let's go to the top, import network image, and you're going to import it from our components, like that. So here we're going to require our data. So the data is going to come from this item that we're passing here. So it's supposed to be item.image URL. That's going to be the first. Next, we're going to have our width, our height, and then we're going to have our radius. So first, our width, and our width is going to come from our sizes. It's supposed to be sizes dot width minus 18. And let's go ahead and have our height. Our height, we're going to do the same, dot height, and then we're going to divide our height by 5.8, like that. Radius, we're going to give it a radius of 16, and mod, we're going to give it a cover. So that's going to be our network image. So right now we have this component, so we have the ability to just go ahead to our nearby restaurants and hook it up here. Okay, so here we can say store component, like that, and we can close it. So the first thing that we require an item. An item, we're passing the item that we're getting from our flight list. And on press, for now, let's just go ahead, give it an empty function. We can handle that a little bit later. So that's going to be our list. So now we need to go ahead and handle the text. So for the text, we're going to access our item, and from our item, we're going to get the title, if I'm not mistaken. So what we can do here, okay, that's the title, so that's okay. So far so good. The next focus is to work on everything that we're going to display right underneath our image, including this text, because we have to add a little bit of style to it and add more components right below. Before we work on the component, whatever we're going to have right after this image, network image, what we need to do, we need to just style the text, and then we can go ahead and work on whatever we're going to work on. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to have our style. Let's make it a heading. Just call it heading here, and it has to come from styles. Okay. So let's create it. So in our heading, we're going to have font size. We're going to give it a font size of 14. After that, we're going to give it a font family. And our font family, it has to be regular. And let's give it a color. So our color, okay, here it's supposed to be color. It has to be colors.gray, like that. So that's going to be our text. So right after this text, we're going to have a view, like that. So this view, we need to give it a style. It has to be a row. So we need to manipulate the flex direction. So let's do it in here. Let's close this a little bit. So we're going to have flex direction, and we have to make the row here. After that, we need to justify content. And we have to justify content to space between. So right now we need to work inside of the view, inside of our role. So inside of our role, we're going to have two text components, right? So let's go ahead, put a text in here, just write anything random, copy paste. Okay, so that's going to be our role. So we're going to display the delivery time. Okay, so here it's supposed to be delivery. It's more like a heading. Okay, delivery under, and then here we're going to write the time. Okay, so for the time, it's going to come from item.time, like that, under 15 minutes. So we have to add style for both of these. So the style is supposed to come from our styles. So we're going to call it small because it's going to be a little bit small. It's smaller text, small, and then we're going to close that. So here we're going to just copy whatever we have right on top in our heading, paste it here, change the size to 12, and the color will remain the same. Here it's supposed to be small with two L's. Let's remove another one here. Okay, so our style is going to be the same for this one and the other text. So it's going to be like that. Right at the bottom, we're going to have another row. So for this row, we're going to be putting our rating and our rating count. Okay, so what we can do, we can just copy this field since it's a row, and then we can paste it down here like that. So let's get rid of the text. After getting rid of the text, we're going to have a rating. Now let's see. Now we have a rating in our package.json. Stock rating is package with the name stock rating. So that's the package that we're going to use. Let's go ahead and check it first. Okay, we have this package. We need to use the rating stars from this package in our component. So the first thing that we need rating input, and it's going to be a closed component here. So we come to the top and we're going to import rating input, and it's going to come from stock ratings. Okay, it's going to be a little bit tricky, so let's see whether I can React Native stock rating. Okay, so it's going to be like that. So we have our stars here, so we need to manipulate them a little bit. So we need to play around with some props. So the first prop that we need to go ahead and do with is going to be rating. Okay, so we need to provide a rating in here, and our rating is going to come from item.rating, like that. It's supposed to be dots, not dot, and we need size. We need to manipulate the size. So for our size, we have to make it smaller because for now it's a little bit bigger. We don't want it to be way bigger, and we have to set the maximum number of stars. So our max number of stars is going to be 5, like that. We're going to set a rating to item.rating. So automatically we're going to have, if our rating is 3, then we're going to have 3 active stars, and then the other 2 won't be active. And we have to take into consideration the border. Our border is going to be false, and our color, we have to change the color from the current gold color to our primary color. So it has to be green. So here it's supposed to be colors.primary, like that. That's going to be those are going to be our rating stars. Okay, so after that we're going to require a text in our role. So this text is going to be the rating count. Okay, so let's just go ahead, format this. So instead of having rating dot item.time over here, we're going to have rating count, like that, and we have to put it in there. We have to concatenate it somehow because we need to place rating. We need to, yeah, okay. So this is unnecessary. So it's supposed to be the ratings here, and here we don't have to add a space. So that's going to be our rating. So that's for our store component. We are done with that. Next, we're going to be focusing on food, and then we're going to be focusing on food recommendation down below. But we need to take care of this space. It's a little bit much. So what we can do, we can go back let's see, 10. Let's try to remove. Okay, that will do. So we're going to just remove the margin top. Underneath this component that we just, this float list, this reference list, we're going to need a divider and we're going to need another heading. So we can just close this store component, close the heading. You can close all these pages. What we need to go to our home. Okay, so in our home, we're going to require another heading. Paste it down, and we have to change the title. Okay, so here we're going to say try something new. Something like that. So that's going to be our heading, but before heading we need to just have a divider, a line that divides this list and this title. So we go to our components and we're going to create a new file and we're going to call it divider. And it has to be a JSX file. So we need to create the component inside. So that's going to be our divider. So here we're going to get rid of everything. We just need a view, and our view is going to be a closed component. Right. So we need to create a style object down here, and we need to call it divider. Okay, so that's going to be our style object, and we need to hook it to this view. So we need to access our styles first, and from our styles we're going to get this divider. So now we need to work inside of our style object. Okay, so first, if you're working on a divider, we need border color. Okay, so our border color is going to be a grayish color, so we're going to go with the colors from our constants. We need to import them first, and we're going to use grade 2, like that. We need to reduce the strength of this color. So we need to include the opacity prop, and we need to give it an opacity of 0.7. After that, let's go ahead with the width. We need to define the width of the line. So our line is going to be 0.3. This is not supposed to be width. We're supposed to have two kind of width: the width for the border and the width for the line itself. So my mistake here. So here we're supposed to get the width from our constants, and then we're going to just subtract 40 over here. So we need border width. Okay, so for border width, we're going to have 0.3. We need to include margin left. We need to give it a margin left of 10. And we need margin bottom. So at the bottom, we're going to give it a margin of 5. And we need margin top. Okay, so margin top, we're going to give it a value of 7. So that's going to be our divider. So we are done with our divider. Let's close this, and we need to hook it up to our home page. So it's going to come right after this nearby restaurant component before the heading. So we need to import it. It's supposed to be divider, and it has to be a closed component. So here we need to go ahead and import the divider. Okay, so I'm just going to use the component that we currently have, the heading, and here it's supposed to be mapped to divider. Okay, so we have our line here. bottom of this heading, we're going to go ahead and have a list of foods that we're going to be recommending to the user. So we have the list already. So what we need to do, we just need to go ahead and create the component to render the flat list. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. First, we need to go ahead and create a component inside our components folder. So here, our component name is going to be new foods list. Okay, that's going to be our component. This has to be a JSX file. Let's go ahead and just create the component, and then we can handle everything. So after creating the component, we need a flat list inside, so we can use the same as the one that we use for nearby. So we can just copy this, and then we can paste it in here. So we need to import the flat list like that, and we need the food. Okay, but first we need to import our data. So we need to get our data, and we need to get the foods. And let's get rid of this component that we are rendering. We need to render something different. So we're going to be rendering a food component. So we need to create a food component in here. And we're going to use a different approach to render our component. So instead of rendering it like this, what we're going to do, we're going to have another component inside with the name render item. Okay, so we need to create this render item right on top. That's inside here. So our render item is going to take in an item, and then we're going to display our prop inside. Okay, so here, let's just have a view for starters like that. So in our home, right underneath, we're going to have our new foods list. It's supposed to be new foods lists, and let's close it. It's supposed to be a closed component like that. Ahead and create our food component. Okay, so we go to our components folder, we create a new file. We're going to call it food component, and it has to be a JSX file. And in here, we're going to create our component with style. So our component is going to take two props. The first one is going to be the item, and the next one is going to be on press. And we're going to return a touchable opacity. So our touchable opacity is going to have a style. So our style is going to be a wrapper. Okay, so here we need to utilize our styles. So we're going to create one with the name wrapper. So this wrapper is going to be similar to the one that we use for our store component. So we can copy the props from, you can copy the whatever is inside of our style object and bring it here, paste it, and we save. Okay, so now we need to focus inside. Next, we're going to have an image. So the image is going to be the same. So we're going to just take the network image that we have inside of our store component, and we're going to paste it in here. Let's format our code a little bit, but we need to import this network image. Okay. So our network image has been imported right on top, but for the size, it has to be 60 here. Here it's going to remain 5 by 8, but for the image, we're going to access the array that we have and take the first image. So if we visit our data and we go to, it's going to be our foods. So if we take a look at the way our images are, our images are in an array. So we're going to take the first object of that array, the first item of that array. So that's why we have this list. We're accessing the list and we're taking the first item, which is index 0. Okay. So we're done with that part. Right at the bottom, we're going to have a text. So our text is going to be item.title, like that. And we need to give it a style. And our style is going to be similar to the one that we have in our store component. So we're just going to copy these two and we're going to paste them down below here. So for this one, the style is going to be mapped to the heading. So we're going to access our styles and we're going to map it to the heading. That's going to be the first. And then next, we're going to go ahead and have delivery. Okay. Another text. So we might as well just copy this one and put it down, and we have to make this small. Here we have to map it to time and just mention what the time is, or like what and mention like what is the time for. Okay, it's going to be delivery time over here, and let's go ahead and save. So next we're going to go back to our food list. So here, instead of having this view, we're going to have our food component. We need to import our food component and we need to close it. After we close, then we need to pass the props. Okay, so the first one is going to be item. For the item, we're going to map it to this item. Right after that, we're going to require onPress. OnPress, we have to map it to, we have to just give it an empty function for now, like that. So here we do have a problem because we didn't import colors and sizes. Okay, so we need to do this, colors, and we also need sizes. So let's go ahead and do that. Have our sizes, then we're going to save again. So now we have our list. Okay, we have to push our list a little bit inside somehow so that we can have this. We can have this list aligned to our heading. Okay, so let's see how best we can do it. So we have to come to our list, our new foods list, top row. Let's cut this flat list and we are going to put it in a view, and we're going to add a little bit of style to our view. So first, let's format our code, and here we need style. So we're going to style this inside. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to have margin left. So for margin left, we have to give it a 12. Okay, so that's exactly what we need. And at the bottom, we are going to give it a margin of 10. So it's going to be margin bottom, and we have to give it a value of 10, something like that. So we are done with this part. Right now, we need to go ahead and deal with fastest near to you. Okay. So to do that, let's go ahead and just, we need the food component. We can close this one. We go to our home. So in our home, we're going to require these three. Okay. And we're just going to paste them down here and save. After saving, boom, we have our last component, our last list. So we need to change the title here from try new to fastest near to you. It's supposed to be fastest near to you, just near you. Okay, let's keep it that way. So we just need to create a new component, but it's going to have the same properties as this new food list. So we go to our components. You create a new component, new file, and we're going to call it fastest near you. Okay, and it has to be a JSX. It has to be a JSX file. So let's go ahead, create our component with style. Okay, so that's it. Next, we are going to open the new foods list. Then what we're going to do, we're going to copy everything that's inside. Okay, everything inside. And we go to our component and we're going to paste. So here we just need to re-import this component. It's imported right on top. We need the flight lists. Okay, we have our flight list right on top. And we need our data. So we're just going to have our foods and we're going to save. So we are done with this part. Next, we're just going to hook this to our home. So let's check whether we need something. Okay, for now we don't need anything, but we might need our data sooner or later. So let's go ahead to our home. We're going to change this to fastest near you. Okay, and we're going to close it. So we're done with our home page. Next, let's focus on the pages, the restaurant page. But the best idea is to focus on the food first, and then we can go to the restaurant, because the restaurant is a little bit complicated because it requires more. So we're going to start with the food, and then we can move on to the restaurant. Focus on our food page. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a navigation that's going to be in our navigations folder. We're going to create a new file and we're going to call it food navigator, and it has to be a JSX file. The reason why we're using it as a navigator, we want to have a model inside of our page. So we need to create a static navigator here. Okay, so right on top, let's just go ahead and create our component first. Okay, so we have our component. So inside of our component, we're going to get rid of the values, the components that we have inside. First, we're going to require our create native stack navigator. Okay, so we're going to import that. Create native stack navigator. That's the one on top. Okay, so we have it. Next, let's go ahead and import use route. Supposed to be use route. Okay, so we need these two. We need this hook to receive the data from. We're receiving the data from the flight list. Okay, and then we are sending it to this navigator, and then we are going to send the data to the screen. Okay, so it's going to be a little bit complicated, but I'll explain a little bit more when I have the data. Okay, so the first thing that we need here, right on top, we need to create a stack. Is equals to, so we need to create our navigation inside here. So first, we're going to have stack.navigator. Okay, and we need to go ahead and close it. So in our navigator, we're going to have two screens, one for the food page and the other one is going to be for the orders, because if we click on orders, we're supposed to be taken to a model where we're supposed to order our food. Okay, so here in our navigator, we're going to have initial route name. Okay, so our initial route name is going to be food page. Okay, that's going to be the page that we see if we use this food navigator. Okay, right at the bottom, we're going to have stack.screen like that. And our stack.screen is going to be a closed component. So in our closed component, the first thing that we're going to require is the name of the component that we're going to render here in this screen. So we don't have the pages yet, so we're going to do that in a little bit. Next, we're going to require the component itself. Okay, so we still need to create that page, and we need options. So for options, we're going to go ahead and disable the header. So here we're going to go with header shown, and we're going to set it to false. Okay, here is supposed to be a semicolon like that, and we need to pass what do you call initial params. This is how we're going to pass our data from the home screen to this navigator, and from this navigator we're going to pass it through our initial params. Okay, so in our initial params we're going to require an item, and this item has to be mapped to an item. So we don't have the item as yet, so we need to go ahead and deal with that. So when we're passing data to this navigator, we need to extract the data from our route. That's why we have this use route, right? So right on top, we're going to create an instance of our route. Here is going to be use route, and we need to access our route and get the item, is it? So we're going to have const item is equals to route.params like that. So now we have the item. This item is the one that we're going to pass to this page that we're going to have here, which is the food page, as the initial route. So we can have the name here as food page. And let's go ahead and create the screen inside of our screens folder. So we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it food page. And it has to be a JSX file like that. Let's just go ahead, create the component, and then we're going to save. Okay, so here we want to use this component in here. So that's it. We have our first screen. Next, we're going to have our second. Okay, but our second screen is not going to have this initial data, initial params. We're just going to have options, and for our options, we're going to disable the header, and we have to set the presentation of this page as a model. Okay, let's just go ahead and write model here. So we need to have the right component here, and our page name is going to be order page. Okay, like that. So let's go ahead, create a new screen, and we're going to call it order page. It's supposed to be screen or page, either way. You can choose the way that you're comfortable. Okay, so here, let's go ahead, create the component, and then go back to our food navigator. And in our food navigator, now we need to have our order page here. So we are done with this page. We are done with the page, not the page, but we are done with the navigator. So we can use this navigator inside of this component, of our food component. Okay, so let's go back to our lists. Okay, new foods list. On press, we're supposed to navigate to somewhere. So the first thing that we need to have the navigation. Okay, we need to have an instance of our navigation. So to do that, we're going to import use navigation. Okay, so right on top, we're going to import use navigation. Okay, after importing use navigation, we're going to create a new instance of our navigation. Right on top is equals to use navigation, and then we close it. So when we want to navigate, we're going to use this navigation, and then we navigate to the page that we want to navigate to. So here we're going to call our navigation, and then we navigate to a particular screen. Okay, but now we are not going to be able to navigate to our stack, the stack that we just created. Why? Because we didn't hook it up in our app.json. So here we're supposed to hook it up here as a screen. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, paste it down here, and here we're going to give it a name. We're going to call it food nav, okay? And we have to map it to food navigator like that. So if we use this name now, we'll be able to navigate to this component, okay? So let's paste it in here like that. And in doing so, we also need to pass this item. This item is the item that we're supposed to receive inside of our navigation, and then we are going to pass it to our food page, okay, as our initial param. So let's go ahead and pass the item. So we just need to add a comma, and we need to pass the item here. So if we press, let's see, food lists. Okay, let's go ahead and visit this component on press. Okay, so here we need to use our on press, and then it has to be on press like that. Okay, so now we can navigate. If we can even print the data that we're sending through our params when we get to this page. So let's just go ahead, do that just to show that we are receiving the data in this page, okay? In this page. So this data, since we're passing it through the params as initial params, we need to go ahead and extract the data from params again, and then we can just print the data, okay? So right on top, the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and import. We're going to import use route, not use route per se. Okay, so here in our page, we're going to receive the route as a prop, and we're also going to receive navigation, right? Like that. So we're going to use this route to extract the data. Okay, so we're going to say const item is equals to routes.params, like that. So it's supposed to be item here, and then okay, we can just specify, we can just log the data here. Yeah, okay, so we have our data here. So that means we've successfully received our data from the home page through the navigation, through the stack navigation, and then to the page in a navigation container. Okay, so here, this is our data. Now let's just go ahead and have like a little bit of explanation on how we are passing the data using our route. So first we need to start from our component. Okay, so here we have our food component, and from our food component, whenever we are navigating to this stack, we're going to pass an item. Okay, and in our stack, in our navigator, we need to receive this item. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and open our navigator, which is this food navigator. Okay, so here we are receiving the data using the use route hook, and we are storing the data in this component. Okay, so our data is coming from route.params. Okay, we store it in here, and then we want to pass the same data to this page. And to pass the data to this stack.screen, we have to pass it through initial parameters. So we're passing it as item, and this is the item that we are mapping it to, which is the item that we have right here on top. So if we go to our food page, we're going to pass the route, we're going to receive the route from our navigator. That's why we have it here. And we're also going to receive navigation. Okay, so we're going to use the route that we're receiving from the navigator, and use that route to extract the item. The reason why we have an item here is the way that we are passing our data here. Okay, we're passing it as this item. So this is the item that we are going to extract from our params. and then store the data here. So this data, we can use it in our page. So that's how you can pass the data from a component to a navigator, and then to any page in that navigator. Okay. Session, we're going to be focusing on our food page. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to take care of our state variables. We're going to have quite a lot of state variables. So we're going to clear them out, and then we can just work on our page. And whenever we need to use a state variable, we come back, we visit our state variable, explain it a little bit, and then we move on. Okay. So first, we're going to have one with the name checked. Okay. So we have to, this one is supposed to be is checked. Okay. Set is checked. Like that. So here we have to import useState. Like that. Okay. So initially it is going to be false. It's going to be for a Boolean value. Okay. Next, we're going to have additives. So here we're going to have additives, and we're going to have set additives. Like that. And we're going to have our useState, and initially it is going to be an empty array. Okay. So we need a string inside, and we just need to close it right here. Right at the bottom, we're going to have another one. So this one is going to be for our total price. Like that. And here we're going to have set total price. So for our price, initially it is going to be 0. So that means this value is going to be an integer. Let's move on to our next, which is going to be cut count. So here we need to set cut count, and our cut count is going to be an integer as well. So initially we're going to have 0 as our count. Okay. Okay, we need to change this. This one, it's supposed to be a context. It's not supposed to be a state variable. And we need to change this to use context. So we need to consume the cut context. Okay. So let's go ahead and import our cut count context. Okay. So here we've imported our context. So here we're consuming our context. Right at the bottom, right on top, let's have restaurant. And we're going to set restaurant. So initially it's going to be 1. Let's save that. Cut count. Okay. So let's just go ahead, get rid of that for now. Here we're going to have count, and we're going to set count. Okay. So initially our count is going to be 1. So let's save that, and we're going to have another one for preference, and it's going to be a string. So initially we're going to initialize it as an empty string, and here we have to give it a name, preference. Okay. And we have to set preference like that. So we're done with our state variables. Next, we're going to go ahead and design our page. So as we design our page, we're going to be also focusing on the functions that we need to use in this particular page. But for now, so far so good. So let's move on to our page. Let's focus on our view. So we need to give this view a style first before we proceed to do anything. So we're going to have style. So in our style, we're going to have background color. And our background color here is supposed to be colors.light white. So we need to import the colors from constants. And here it's supposed to be light white. That's the first thing. Next, we need to give this container a height. So as for height, we're going to go with the height from our sizes, and it has to be the height of the device. Okay, so that's the first thing. Next, we need to move on inside this view. So inside the view, we're going to have another view. So we said initially our view is a column. Okay, so whenever we create a column, whenever we create a view and we don't include flex direction in the style of a view, that means we're just going to use it as a column. Otherwise, if we include flex direction and we set the property to row, we're using it as a row. Okay, so let's go ahead and have our first component inside of this column. Okay, so our first is going to be an image. Okay, so we need to make sure that this image prop has been imported right on top. So it is not imported, so we need to do it manually. So we just need to come right here on top and just type image. Here it has to be a comma, not a full stop. Okay, so that's an image, and our image is a closed component, so we need to close it right here. Next, we need to specify the source of the data. So our data is going to come from this item that we have right here on top, and this image is going to be a network image, because in our item we have a URL to our image. So we need to add a brace, and we need to add URI, and here we need to consume our item, and from our item we're going to access image URL, and our image URL is an array, so we need to access the first item of the list. Right underneath, we need to style our image, so we need to add style. So in our style, we need to have width. Okay, so for width, we're going to have to occupy the whole width, the whole horizontal. Okay, so to do that, we just give it sizes.width, and we need to give it a height. And for the height, we're going to use sizes.height, and then we're going to divide the height by 4 like that. And we need border radius. So for the border radius, we're going to just manipulate the right side. Okay, so we're going to use a border bottom right. Okay, this radius, and we're going to give it a radius of 30. Okay, like that. So we're going to save. After saving, we need to go ahead and click on our page. So that's going to be our design. Okay, we're just going to manipulate this part. Okay, it's either we can give it a 30 or a 40 depending on how we want it to look. Okay, 30 or 40 would do, but for me, I'm just going to go with 30. If you want to give it a little bit of a notch, then you can go ahead and increase the border radius here. Okay, so we're done with our image. Next, we're going to focus on the next component. Our next component is going to be a touchable opacity. So in this touchable opacity, we're going to go ahead and have a button, a back button here, because we need to go back to our previous page. Okay, so to do that, what we're going to do, we're going to have a touchable opacity, and we have to close it here. So the spelling is wrong here. It's supposed to be touchable opacity, and we need to make sure that this touchable opacity is imported right at the top. Okay, so let's save that. In our touchable opacity, we're going to have on press. So on press, we need to go ahead and navigate back. So we've already passed our navigation here. Okay, so we're going to use this navigation to navigate back to the previous page. So we just need to mention navigation. Then we're going to go back like that. So here we cannot see anything because we just have this touchable opacity. We need a component inside of the touchable opacity, right? But before we do that, we need to add a little bit of style to our touchable opacity. So let's go ahead and add the style. Okay, let's put the style down to our styles, and here we're going to call the style backbtn, short for back button. So we need to copy this name, and we come to our styles right at the bottom, and then we're going to go ahead and create our style object. Okay, so for style object, we're going to have margin left. So for margin left, we're going to give it a 12. And after that, we're going to go ahead and align whatever we're going to put. It's align item, not align content. So it's supposed to be align item, and we're going to align it to the center. After that, we're going to push it to the right, and we need to give it a 0 here. Okay, let's get rid of this. We need to give it a z index because we want it to be suspended. So we're going to give it a z index of the highest value that we can. So we're going to just give it 999, and then we're going to give it a top. So from the top, we're going to have to give it a size of sizes dot extra large. Okay, like that. And we need to position it a little bit. So to position it, we're going to use absolute because we want it to be right on top of the image. Okay, we don't want it to be here. We want it to be on top. So we have to use absolute for us to achieve that kind of design. So now that we have this style, we're going to go ahead and put something inside of our touchable opacity. So inside of our touchable opacity, we're going to put an icon. Okay, so if we are working with icons, we need to import the icons. So here we're going to use an icons, and here it's supposed to be a closed component. We need to import the icon that we're going to use, not the icon, but the font that we're going to use. So here is going to come from it export vector icons. Here it's supposed to be vector icons like that, and right underneath we go back to our icon. So we need to specify what kind of icon do you want to use. So we need to provide a name. After that, we need to have just provide the name after the name prop. So here it's supposed to be chevron back circle, this one, and we need to close this. Let's close this component. We want to give it a size. Our size has to be a little bit larger. So we're going to give it a 30. Right after that, we need to have the color. So for the color, we're going to use our colors from our constant, and we're going to give it a primary color, something like that. So if we save, we have our button here. Now we can go back without any problem. So we are done with this button. If you want, you can change the color to anything that you want. If it is, you can change it from primary to secondary, depending on your needs. Or you can use, we also have tertiary. Okay, you can put tertiary like that. So that's our first icon, our back button. So right on the other end, we're going to have another icon for sharing. Like if you want to share like the food item with other people, we're going to have another button. So we're going to utilize this style a little bit, make some few changes, and then we can achieve whatever we want to achieve. So I'm just going to copy this icon and I'm going to paste it down below. So after pasting, I'm going to remove this function and I'm going to put an empty function in here like that. And we need to change the style from back. We need to have another style down below. We can just call it share btn, okay, like that. So here it's supposed to be share btn. So for share btn, it's going to be similar, kind of similar, just the positioning is going to differ. So here, instead of margin left, we're going to have margin right, and we're going to give it a 12. The center is supposed to be center, and top remains the same, index remain the same, but we're going to give it right. To the right, we're going to give it 0 here. And let's go ahead and save. So we need to use this style here, okay? So we have 2 buttons. So we need to change the icon, and the icon that we're going to use for our share is going to come from material community, okay? So we need to change this from ion icons to material community. So here we need to import material community icons first, and then we can use them in here, okay? So material community icons, and we need to change the name. So our name is going to be a share. It's going to be a share circle like that. Yeah, okay. So that's going to be our icon. So we're done with both of these buttons. Next, we're just going to go ahead and work on something. Here we should have a button to go to the store, like which store are we in. So we're going to put that button over there, and then we can go ahead and work outside of the image. Of this touchable opacity, we're going to have another touchable opacity. Right now, we just need to create a button to direct us to the restaurant, because if we click on the food, we should have an option of getting into the restaurant somehow. So that's what we need to do. So we're going to get rid of this particular icon that we have in here, and we need to leave this. And for the style, we're going to just have our style in here. So the first thing that we're going to have is our position. So for the position, it's going to be absolute, and we're going to use bottom. So for bottom, we're going to give it a 30, and we're going to give it a right. Okay, so right, we have to give it 0 here. So that's it for the touchable opacity. Inside of the touchable opacity, we're going to have a view. Okay, so let's go ahead, create a view, and then we're going to style this view. So we're going to add a style. So the first thing that we're going to require inside of our style, we're going to require border color. Okay, so we're going to give it a color, and our color is going to come from our constants, and we're going to go with the primary color. After that, we need to give this a border width. Let's go ahead and give it a width of 1. After the width, let's go ahead and give this a border radius. We're going to give it a border radius of 15. After that, we're going to give it a padding. We're going to give it a padding of 10, and we're going to give it margin right. And to the right, we're going to give it a 10, like that. So that's our button right there. We need to add something inside of this view for it to be the way that we want it to be. So let's just move our style down here. So we can say rest btn, short for restaurant button. So for restaurant button, let's just move everything in the correct format like that. And here, don't forget to, this is our share btn. It seems like it was a little bit up, so you just need to add a little bit of size here. You can just add 3 so that it can be on the same level with the other one. So here we need to access our styles, and from our styles, we're going to get this rest btn. Okay, so inside of the view, we're going to have a text component, and this text component, we are going to say open the restaurant or the store. Let's just say store so that we can keep it short. Yeah, okay, so it's going to be like that. Our color is primary. Let's see. Here we might need to take the border radius a little bit down. Here, instead of 30, bottom 30. Okay, let's go ahead and give it a 20. Okay, push it down a little bit, 25. So we need to style our text. Okay, so to style our text, let's go ahead and give it a style. And then in here, we're going to access the styles, and we're just going to have rest text. Okay, so that's restaurant text. So for restaurant text, we're just going to give it a color. We have a limited number of properties that we want to manipulate. So here we're just going to have colors dot light white. Let's go with light white. It's not visible enough. It's not visible enough. Gray, not visible enough. Gray 2, not visible enough. So what we can do here, let's just try to give this a background color. Let's give it gray 2, and let's give this light white. Font family, I'm going to go with medium. Okay, let's go ahead and leave it like that. So if we click, we're supposed to open this top. Okay, so here it's going to be dependent on the background color. If the background color is dark, then it's going to be visible. If it is not, then it's going to be a little bit hard for people to really see the bottom. Go with tertiary. Okay, let's go with tertiary here. So we're done with that part. Next, we're going to be focusing on whatever we're going to have underneath here. Maintain consistency. What I'm going to do is to just change the colors of the button to primary as well as this button, because we want to make it a little bit visible. We don't want the situation whereby we do have a button but users cannot see the button. So we're going to go with primary color for all our buttons. And then right after this view, now we need to go ahead and create another view. Okay, so this view is going to be right outside of the image. Okay, so let's go ahead, create a view, and we need to give this view a style. Okay, so we're going to say styles.container. So this one, we have to call it container. So we have to copy the name from here, and then we need to paste the name right below. Okay, and so it's going to be like that. So for our container, we're going to require margin horizontal, as well as margin top. So for horizontal, we're going to give it a 12. For empty, for margin top, we're going to give it a 10. Okay, so that's it. So now we need to work right outside. So we can go ahead, close this view, and then we can focus inside of the newly created view. So the first thing that we're going to need is going to be a row. We're going to need a row. Okay, so in order for us to have a row, we're going to have a view, and we need to give our view a style. So inside of the style, we're going to have a flex direction. So flex direction, we have to turn this to a row, and we need to justify content, and our justification is going to be space between. Okay, so that's it for our row. Next thing, we're going to require a text. Okay, so here we're just going to have something random. So that's our text. So for text, we're going to give it a style. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So here we're going to have to access our styles. And from our styles, we're going to get the title. Okay, that's the name of the of the style. Okay, so let's go ahead, create one with the name title, create the object, and inside the object, the first thing that we need to take care of is the font size. Okay, the font size is going to be 22, and for our family, it's going to be medium, like that. And let's go ahead and give it a color. Supposed to be colors.black. Okay, so that's what it's going to look like. So we need to map it to the right text. Okay. So our right text is going to be item.title. Like that. So we have our title, and on the other end, we're going to have the price of that particular item. So we need another text. We put it down here. So we're going to add a $sign. And in here, we're going to have our price. So here, it's going to be item.price. Yeah, okay. So here, we're going to just have to calculate our price somehow. So total price is going to be item.price plus total price multiplied by count. So count is going to be number of items that we are going to add to our cart. Okay, that's going to be our price. Okay, so let's take, for example, here our count is 3. Our price is going to be 23, and we need to change the color of this a little bit, but initially our count is going to be 1, so we're just going to have the price as it is. So we need to manipulate this style a little bit. So to do that, we're going to put this in an array, and then we just need to change the color. So here we're going to have color. We need to overwrite the color that we have in this title. So here we're going to have colors.primary, like that. So that's going to be our price. So we are done with this part. We're done with this row. Next, we're going to have another text underneath. And this text is going to be our description. Okay. So for description, we're going to take item.description here. Like that. Okay. Let's see. You should reach from end to end. We're in the container. Okay, let's style it a little bit. So here we're going to have to access our styles, and we're going to have one with the name small. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this small object right underneath. We can close this so that we won't have this. Okay, we can just copy this. small. Create the object, paste it, and then in here, what we're going to do, we're going to just go ahead and manipulate the properties. So for our font size, it's going to be 13. And here, our font family is going to be regular. Then we need to make this text gray like that. Okay. Let's see, text align is going to be justify. Okay. So that's how it's going to be. So we are done with our description. So next, we're going to focus on our list. We're going to have a flat list to show the tags related to this food. Okay. And then we're going to have our additives right underneath. Our text, we're going to have a flat list. Okay. So let's go ahead and import a flat list component here. So make sure that the component has been imported right on top. Okay, so we have our flat list component here. So we're good to go. Okay, let's close this here and get rid of this space. So first we're going to require the data. Okay, so we need to call our data prop. Instead of our data, we need to feed our data. So our data is going to come from item.foodtags like that. Okay, right underneath, we're going to disable the vertical square indicator. So we're going to set it to false. We need style. So for style, we're going to just go ahead and have margin top. So we need to give it a margin top of 5. Right after that, we need to have the horizontal prop. Yet we need to enable scroll. So not forgetting our key extractor. So here we need item, and our key extractor is going to be the item itself, like that. So we need to render our item. So we need the render item prop. So here we're going to have our item, and then we need to display whatever component that we want to display. Okay, so we're going to have a view. We need to close it. Let's have our view over here. We need to close it. Okay, so we need to add a little bit of style to our view, and then we're going to have a text. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is to have a text component first. So inside of our text, we're going to have our item. Yeah, okay, so our item has to be wrapped around braces. We have a text, description text, so we should be able to show something, but it's weird, like nothing is showing. So let's go ahead and try to see what's happening. Oh, okay, so here we don't have data because this spelling is wrong. It's supposed to be food tags. Okay, so here now we have our data. Okay, so we just need to design it so that it can be presentable, because right now this is just a list. Okay, so we just need to add style here first. So for style, we're just going to do everything in here. We're going to have right, and on the right we're going to give it a 10. Margin horizontal, we're going to give it a horizontal of 10 as well. And as for the background color, we're going to give it a color of colors.primary, like that. Okay, and let's give it a border radius. So we're going to give it a border radius of 8, like that. So that's going to be the style of our wrapper. So let's go ahead and export this style to our styles. We can call it tags. Okay, so right underneath, we need to create tags, and we need to paste. Let's see. Okay, this is wrong. It's supposed to be tags. We need to paste our style. Save. That's okay. So let's bring this down. Bring this down. We're going to bring this down as well. And we're going to bring this down. After, we need to add a comma. Okay. So here, we need to style our text a little bit. So for our text, we're going to use a little bit of padding. But before that, let's go ahead and have our style double brace. we're going to have padding horizontal, and we're going to give it a padding horizontal 4, like that. And we're going to change the color a little bit. We need the color of the text to be visible, so we have to make it white. So we're going to go with light white, like that. So that's going to be our list of tags. So we're done with this. What we can do here, we can try to give it an 8. Okay, even 10 will be okay. So we're going to leave it like that. Right underneath, we're going to have our additive. So we're done with these flat lists. So let's just close it. Right after our tags, we're going to require a title. Okay, this title is going to be for our additives. So we're just going to have a text component over here, right? So in our text, we're just going to, let's just have something random first and then add a style. So for our style, we're going to style it in here. If you're to, not really. Okay, so we're going to use the one that we used for the title. Okay, so we're going to access styles, and we're going to get the one from the title. Okay, why do we have an error? Okay, so it's going to be like that. So we need to override some of the props. So we need to put our style in an array. And then here we're going to have margin bottom. We're going to give it a bottom of 10. And we're going to have margin top. For top, we're going to give it a 20, something like that. So now we need our title instead of this random text that we put. So we're going to have something like additives and toppings. Okay, like that. That's going to be our title. After our title, we're going to require a flat list. So I'm just going to copy the flat list that we created on top for food tags, and we're going to make a little bit of changes to it. Okay, so we're going to paste it down, and the data that we're going to consume right underneath is going to be additives. So from item, we have additives. Okay, so that's going to be the data. So mind the spelling over here. It's supposed to be additives. And the item that we're going to, the component that we're going to render here is going to be a little bit different. So first, we are going to get rid of this style, right? And we're going to have a flex direction. Our flex direction is going to be a row. So in our row, we need to justify content with space between, right? And we need margin bottom. So we're going to have MB, and we're going to have a margin bottom of 10 here. Oh, okay. It was coming from here. Okay. So initially it was like this. Okay. So if we have an item here, we're just trying to render the whole item inside of a text. So that won't be possible. So we need to change this to title. Okay. And here, if you can't see anything, that's because of this color, because it's light white. It's the same color as the background. So if you just remove that, then you will have these lists, okay? And you have to disable scroll here. you can disable scroll, that's okay. And the key extractor is going to be the item.id, and you have to change from a vertical scroll indicator to a horizontal, and you need to disable that horizontal scroll indicator. Okay, so we're done with that part. We got that out of the way, so we need to figure a way out to have our other component. So here we're not supposed to display the names. We're supposed to display the price. Okay, we're supposed to display the price with a $sign over here. Add a little bit of space, just like that. And in here we're going to have what we call a bounds checkbox. So we have a package inside of our package.json that we're going to use to achieve whatever we want to achieve here. So we're going to have bounds checkbox, and it's a class component. So inside of our bounds checkbox, we're going to take the size, and our size is going to be 20. After that, we're going to take the fill color. So for fill color, we're going to use white. So here it's going to be hash FFF, but like that one. That's the white color. And fill, okay, it's going to be the opposite. This is going to be unfill. For our fill color, we have to use the primary color. So we have to access our colors from our constants, and we have to use our primary color over here. And we need inner icon style. So for inner icon style, we're just going to have a border width. Okay, we're going to have a border width of 1. Right outside, we're going to have a text that's supposed to be text style. So for text style, we're going to assign styles.small. Okay, and we require a text, the text that we want to render. So our text is going to come from our item, right? So here we need to access our item, and we need to go ahead and render the title. Okay, so here for style, let's go ahead with the same style. So we're just going to use styles.small like that. Okay, so it's going to be like that. Right after that, we're done with this part. Right after that, we want to go ahead and work right underneath this additives and topping. Okay, so we can close the flat list. We want to get this title from here, and we need to paste it here. Let's format the code a little. We need to change this, and we are going to say preferences. So preferences come in play when someone is ordering something, right? If they order something, they can write some additional stuff, like if you have this, put this, or some instructions, like how do they want their order to be processed, something like that. Okay, that's why we are going to have preferences here. Okay, so for preferences, we're going to have a text input, but we're going to wrap our text input inside of a view. So we're going to have a view first, and we need to give our view a style. So here we're going to access styles, and we're going to have input. Okay, we can just call it input either way, it's okay. We don't have to go overboard. Okay, so for our input, we're going to have a border color. So for the border color, we're going to have colors dot primary 1. Okay, here we need a semicolon, colors dot primary 1. So since we have a border color, we need the border width. So for the border width, we're going to go with 1. Background color, not border curve, but background color. For background color, we're going to go with colors dot off-white. Do we have off-white? Yes, we do. we're going to go with an off-white color. For the height, we're going to give it a 50, not a 5, but a 50. For the border radius, we're going to give it a border radius of 8. So for this one, we're going to require a padding horizontal. So for the padding horizontal, we're going to give it a 12. And we're going to align whatever we're going to put inside of our view in the center, okay, like that. So that's going to be our input field. So we need to our input field wrapper. So we need to have our input inside. So that's here. So we need text input, and we need to our text input is a class component. So the first thing that we're going to require in our text input is going to be the placeholder. So our placeholder, we're just going to say add specific instructions. Okay, let's go with instructions here. Our value is going to be a preference. After that, we're going to have on text change. On change text, we're going to get the value here, and we're going to go ahead and set preferences. We're setting preference to the value. Okay, so that's it. Auto capitalize is going to be false, like that. Autocorrect is also going to be false. All right, and style, we're going to have flex, and our flex is going to be 1. Auto capitalize is supposed to be none. Okay, so we need to put this thing right to we need to push the text to the beginning, not to the center. Okay, let me have a trick. Flex direction. So for flex direction, let's just have a raw. Okay, that would work. So here we can put our input. So everything is working fine. This view, we're going to go ahead and have another view. So we need to have our counter for the quantity. Okay, so this view, we're going to make it a row. So we need to have our style. Yeah, okay, this is wrong. Put the style in the wrong view. It's supposed to be this view that we have down here. So we're going to have flex direction. So for flex direction, we're going to go with a row, right? After that, we're just going to justify content space between, right? And then we're going to give it a margin top of 20. You want to create a little bit of space between the text input field and the component that we're going to have inside of our view. So here we're going to give it a 20. So right after that, let's go ahead and work inside of our view. So inside of our view, we're going to have a text. So for our text, we're going to give it a style, and the style has to be the same as the style that we give our titles. Okay, so here we need to put this in an array. So first we need to access our styles, and then we're going to get the title. Add a comma, we have braces. Inside of the braces, we're going to have margin bottom. We need to give it a margin bottom of 10. So let's just go ahead, have something random here. Okay, so that's going to be our text. Okay, so this text should be quantity. Okay, like that. That's supposed to be quantity, and on the other end, we're supposed to have a counter. So we're supposed to create a counter. So let's go to our components. Instead of our components folder, we're going to create a new component, and we're going to call it counter. And it has to be a JSX file. Okay, so we have our component. Now we need to go ahead and just style it and create the related functions to this counter. So first, we're going to require props here. We're going to require the counter count, and we're going to require set count. We don't want to set count within the prop, but we want to set it in the page, the food page. Okay, so here we're going to just pass them as props. That's why we have these state variables. Okay, so back to our counter. So right on top, we're just going to go ahead and create the functions. So the first function is to increment. So we're going to have const increment. Okay, and the spelling of increment is a little bit wrong. So it's supposed to be increment. So when we're incrementing, we have to start from 1. not from 0. Okay, so here our count is already 1. So what we can do, we can call the set count, and we can say count, which is this count that we have, plus 1. That's going to be our increment, and we need to create another one to decrement. Okay, so here it's supposed to be decrement like that. So to decrement, we're going to have a condition. If count, then we're going to subtract. If count is greater than 1, that's only when we're supposed to decrement. If it is, it shouldn't go below 1. Okay, because quantity shouldn't be 0, otherwise we won't be able to calculate our price. Because if you multiply any number by 0, that number, like the number, automatically becomes 0. So this number shouldn't go below 1. Okay, so that's it for our functions. So now we need to work in this view. So in this view, first we're going to have a style. We need to have a style. Okay, so for style, we're going to use flex direction. We have to make this a row. After that, we need to justify content. So we're going to justify content with flex start. We want everything to be aligned to the start. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. Right underneath, we're going to require 2 icons, a text in the middle, and then another icon. So here we're going to use InDesign as our icon. It's supposed to be InDesign. Okay, so it's going to be a closed component. Here we need to import InDesign right here on top. So let's go ahead and do that. InDesign, and our InDesign is going to come from export vector icons. It's supposed to be slash vector icons, something like that. So we're going to require the name of the icon first. So our name is going to be, the first one is going to be minus, like that, minus circle O, and we need to give it a little bit of size. So the size is going to be 26 for this one, and for color, we're going to go ahead and give it colors.primary. So make sure that the colors have been imported while you're doing this. So this color has to be imported right here on top. Okay, and here I'm going to have on press. Since it's minus, I'm going to call decrement. Okay, like that. So that's going to be our first. So we can just copy this and paste it below, something like that. Okay, and right in the middle, we're going to have a text component. Let's close it in the middle of our, not in the middle, but our text is going to be the count, like that. So here it's supposed to be plus. Okay, so we're going to use plus for the other one, and we need to add a little bit of style. So here first, let's go ahead and have our style. So for style, we're going to have font family. For font family, we're going to have regular. Okay, after that, we're going to have the font size. Our size has to be a little bit bigger, so we are going to give it a size of 18. And margin top, we're going to give it, so margin top is empty, and we're going to give it a 1 here, like that. So we need to hook it up here. Okay, we just want to see how it looks. If there are any changes that we need to make, then we can go ahead and do that. So right after this text, that's where we are going to put our counter. So here we need to have our counter. Okay, our counter is a closed component, and we're going to require count, and our count is equals to count, and here set count is equals to set count. So these are the state variables that we created before, right on top. This one, yeah, the one on top. So let's go ahead and save. So that's going to be it, but we need a little bit of space between the, here we need to give our text a little bit of breathing space. Yeah, okay. So instead of 18, let's try to go with 20. That'll do. Instead of using regular, let's go with medium. I like that. Okay, so this is decrement. We didn't change the function. So here is supposed to be increment. Okay, let's save that. So if you press, our count is going up and our price is going up. Okay, so it shouldn't go below 1. because we want to keep our price. Okay, so that's it. We're done with that part. Next, we're going to focus on our button here. We need to go outside of this view. Like this is our last view, and then we need to create a view here. We need to create quite a few. Okay, quite a few. So that's going to be our first. So we need to copy, paste, paste, paste. Let's just format. So let's deal with the first. So we created for 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we need to deal with the first one. So for the first one, we're going to edit style. So for this one, we're going to put the style in here. So we're going to just have flex. Let's put a double brace flex. Our flex is going to be 1, and we're going to have justify content, and we're just going to justify content to flex end right here. Okay, so that's pretty good. Next, we're going to deal with the second view. So for the second view, we're going to add our style, and for style, we need to use our styles. We want to have the one with the name suspended. Okay, so we need to create this style. So we're going to put it here, and we need to create the object. So let's go ahead and deal with our object. So first we need to handle the position. So for the position, it's going to be absolute since it's suspended. Okay, so that means it's going to be on top of the other components that we have. For the background color, not background color, but we're going to have z index. That's going to be our z index. Bottom, we're going to give it a bottom of 15. After that, we're going to give it a width. So the width that we're going to give it is going to be 100%, like that. And then we just go ahead and save. After that, we just need to align all the items that we're going to put inside the view to the center, okay? Like that. So we are done with our suspended style. So we need to go ahead and deal with this one, which is right after suspended, okay? So to deal with the one that's after suspended, we need to give this component style a name. Okay, so here is supposed to be styles dot, supposed to be cart. Okay, so we need to create a new style with the name cart. We need to create the object right after suspended. We add a comma. We're going to have our cart. So for cart, we're going to have width, and our width is going to be sizes. And from our sizes, we're going to take the width, and from our width, we're going to subtract 24. And right underneath that, we're going to have our height. So we're going to give it a fixed height of 60, and we want to justify content to the center, like that. Okay. So now we need to deal with whatever we are going to put inside of this last view. So inside of this last view, we're going to add a style first. So here it's supposed to be a row inside. So we're going to have flex direction. So flex direction has to be a row. After that, we're going to go ahead and have justify content, not enable scroll, but justify content. We're going to justify content to space between, and we are going to have margin horizontal. We're going to give it a horizontal of 12. Okay, like that. So let's grab this, and we are just going to call it a cut row. Okay, so it's supposed to be styles dot cut row. So that's going to be our style. So let's go back to our styles. Let's see. Okay, give it a name. The name is going to be cart row, like that. So back to this view. Now we need to work inside the view. So inside of the view, we're going to have a touchable opacity first. So make sure the touchable opacity has been imported. So we're going to have on press first, but our on press has to be in here. Okay, on press. Let's go ahead and pass an empty function for now, but we're going to have a function with the name handle press. Okay, that's for later, and we need to add a style. So for this style, let's just go ahead, access our styles. Let's give it a name, cut between, something like that. So we need to create this component right at the bottom. So for this component, we're going to have a width, and we're going to have a width of 40. We're going to have a height, and we're going to give it a height of 40. Right at the bottom, we're going to have border radius. So we're going to have BR, and our border radius is supposed to be 99 over here. We're going to justify content. Justify content to the center. Okay. After that, we're going to require a background color. So for the background color, we're going to use colors.primary, like that. So we have a button here, and we're going to align everything that's going to be inside to the center as well. So we're going to have align, not align self, but it's supposed to be align item, and we're going to align the item to the center. Okay, so far so good. Let's see. And this is the button. Right inside, we're going to require an icon. So our icon is going to come from end design, like that. So we need to import and design right on top, like that. So let's go ahead and assign a name. So the name of the icon is going to be a plus. Circle. Oh. Okay, we have a typo. We have a typo here. Okay, we need to give it a size. So for the size, we're going to give it a size, a larger size. So we're going to go with 24. Let's give it a color. And as for the color, we're going to go with colors.light white. A little bit more to our cart because we didn't, seems like we didn't put enough props in our style object. So here we need to have the background color first, and we need to set it to primary, and then we need to have a border radius. As for the border radius, we're going to give it a border radius of 30. So that's going to be our button. Let's see here if we go with width. Let's try to manipulate the horizontal part with 20. That won't work. Let's subtract 24 as it was. So we need to fix it so that it can be in the right position. Here we to the center, 30, 60. That's okay. Let's leave it like that, and let's focus on these. We finished with this button. So now we need to go ahead and have another one right here, okay, to show the count. But in the middle, we're going to have another touchable opacity. Let's close it. Let's just bring this a little bit down. Here, we're going to add a little bit of style, but right inside, we're going to have a text. So let's just have our text first, and then we can move on to styling order. So first is going to be style. So for style, we're going to have a background color, supposed to be inside. The background color. So the background color is going to be colors.primary. Let's give it a padding horizontal. We're going to give it a horizontal of 80. After that, we need to give it a border radius. And we're going to give it a border radius of about 30 because we need to make it a little bit circular. So that's going to be our text. We need to move this text right in the middle, okay? So we're going to do it when we style this object here. So this is just what we did, background, padding horizontal, and border radius, okay? So here we need a style. So for this one, we're going to use styles, a combination of styles and other properties to override some props. So first, oh, it's supposed to be title here. Let's open it. So it's supposed to be like that, but we need to put it in array so that we can override some of this stuff. Let's start with the color first. Okay, so here we're going to change the color. So for the color, we're going to go with colors.gray. It's supposed to be gray 2. So I'm just going to say G2 here, gray 2. If we save, then our text is gray, but that won't be nice. Let's go with light white. That would be good. Okay. After that, we need margin top. Margin top, we need to give it a margin top of 8. And let's align items to the center like that. Our font size will remain like that, no problem. Let's try to get rid of one of these. I'm just going to cut at a comma. Okay, so we do need margin top, but just a little bit. Okay, let's see. 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay, we need to give it a 3 or a 4. Like that. That would be okay. So that's it for our order. And we need another one here like that, but we need to get rid of this icon. We need to display a text. So we're going to copy this text and we need to paste it here. Okay. So instead of order, we're just going to go ahead with count. It's supposed to be cut count. No, cut count. Okay, our cut count is still okay. Let's just go with 0. Okay. Now we need to work on the positioning. Right here, we need to just make some adjustments. There's some minor adjustments. We need to just go ahead and close this view that's encapsulating everything that we've worked on. Cut it, and then we create another view. This view, we need to give it a left and a top. Afterwards, we just paste whatever we worked on and then save. So it will be, our component will appear here. Okay. But before we even wrap up on this page, we need to work on how we are going to, like, if we press, we're supposed to add the price of this thing that we've added to our price. Anything that we've added to our order has to be added to our price. Okay, so we need to handle that press, and then we can go ahead and navigate to orders. But navigating to orders is something that we can do now. So let's see. This is our press. So on press, we're supposed to go ahead and navigate and use navigation, and we're going to navigate to a specific page, which is going to be orders page. We already have the orders page. Is it? Yeah, okay. That's our model. So everything is working fine. So we can either just close it by dragging it down. Okay. So we're done with that part. Next, when you're working on the page, we just need to send the data, and then we can see how best we can process our order. Okay. We need to go ahead and create a function that's going to take care of our additives, because when you click on an additive, we're supposed to set state to add that particular additive to our state variable, and we're supposed to even alter the price. Okay, so we're going to create a function to add and remove the additives. Okay, so let's create the function, and we're going to call it handle additives. It's supposed to be additives here. So when we're handling additives, we need the item that we're going to add to our additives, or the item that we're going to remove, and we're going to call it new additive here. So the first thing, once we receive an item, we need to check, we need to update the state. We need to create a function to update the state of our additives value here. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to set additives, and in here we're going to have our previous additives. Now if we have additives, then we have to store the state of that, of the additives that we already have in our additives. So let's get rid of that, and we need to put this in double brace. So we need to use this value to go ahead and check whether whatever we are pushing to our state is existent or not. So if it is existent, it should be in these previous additives. If it is not, then we're going to go ahead and add it. So here, now that we have our function, we need to check for an existent additive first before we try to add. So we're going to create a variable with the name exists. So we're going to take our previous additives, and from our previous additives, we're going to check if there's an additive with the same ID as the new additive that we have here. Okay, so here it can be, okay, let's get rid of that. Here it can be additive, and we're going to access that additive, get the ID, and check whether the ID is equals to new additives.id. Okay, so here it can be new additive, not new additive. Since it's one item that we're pushing to our additives, let's go with new additive so that we won't have a mix up. Okay, so if something exists, then we're going to take that existent value and put it in here. Okay, and we want to have a condition right underneath. So if this value got something, then we're going to go ahead and just remove that item from our list. We need to exclude that item from our list. So we're going to return our previous additives, and then we're just going to use a filter to exclude the existent additive. Okay, so we're going to exclude, we're going to filter all the, we're going to just return all the elements where the ID, where the additive ID is not equal to this new additive, right? So that's going to be excluding whatever we are removing. So let's take, for example, we are removing something here. We're just going to exclude it from our list. Else we're going to add if it is not existent in our list. Okay, so if it is not on our list, we're just going to go ahead and return an array, and in our array we're going to use a spread operator, and we're going to return previous additives, and then we're going to add the new additive. Okay, so that's how we're going to handle additives. Okay, so here we need to hook this function to our bounce check. Okay, so here that's how we're going to do it. We're going to call our function, and then we're going to pass the item. This item is the item that we're going to retrieve from item.additives. So what we can do here, we're going to just log additives. Okay, so additives, now it's an empty array, but if we add something, now we have our additive. So the next step is to go ahead and calculate the price and just change the state of the of our whole page using the additives list as our trigger, because any change in this state variable, we're going to trigger the change on our price. Okay, so we're going to use effect for that, but for handling our additives, this is all that we need to do. Now we need to go ahead and create a function to handle our price, our additive price. So we need to create a new function with the name calculate price. Okay, it's supposed to be const calculate price, And when we're calculating the price, we're going to just use our additives, because this price is related to whatever we are going to have here. It's not related to this price, the item price. So first we need to access our additives, and then from our additives, we need to reduce sum. So here we need to just have a double bracket, right side of our double bracket, and we're going to, if there's nothing, then our price, our additive is going to be here. So whatever we're going to calculate, we're going to call it total, like that. So in here, we're just going to return the sum. Okay, let's go ahead and return sum plus additive.price. Okay, it's supposed to be additive.price, but since it's a double, we're going to use pass float, and then we're going to add our additive.price. Okay, so that's going to be our function. So we need to call our function somewhere. So we're going to use effect. So to trigger this use effect, we're going to use additives. Any change in additives is going to trigger this use effect. Okay, so let's go ahead. Right inside, we need to go ahead and have our to call our function calculate price here, and then we just close. So let's see, this is total. It's supposed to be, it's total price. Let's see, let's check how we are calculating the price plus total price. It's supposed to be total price. Let's go with total. It's a little bit confusing for now. Let's see. So here, let's go ahead and log the total. 0.5. So we have our total 3. Okay. Our function is working fine, but we need to get this total to be the same. We need to use this total in our price somehow. Okay. Okay. So what we can do, we need to set state after this. Okay. Let's just go ahead and set state. Set total price. Here we're going to set total price to total. Okay, so everything is working fine. So we are done with this part. Let's go ahead. Let's move on to our next page. This one we've already connected, so the only thing that's left is to just design. Our cart is working fine. Our additives are working fine. Open the store. It's something that we have to do. We have to take care of a little bit later. Okay, we have to redirect to the store, but we can redirect when our application is, when we do have our REST API integrated into our application. We just want to do a few things. We just want to create a cart item and an order item. Okay, so to have a cart item, we're going to have a function. Okay, we are going to give it a name. Let's give it a name, handle press. In our handle press, we're going to take in an item. So here it's supposed to be costs. Like that, and we need to have our cart item. So we're just going to prepare this before we integrate our recipe, because it will be way more easier to handle whatever is remaining if we have everything prepared. So we're going to create an object. So here, the first thing that we're going to require is the product ID. So the product ID is going to be item underscore ID, like that. And we need additives, and our additives are going to come from the additive variable that we have here on top. we need quantity. As for quantity, we're going to take the count. We need to add a comma over here. And we also need the total price. Okay. Total price. So our total price is going to be item.price plus total price multiplied by count. Okay. So that's going to be our quantity. Then we can have our function right here to add to cart. When adding to cart, we're going to require an item, which is our cart item. So we can just create this function down here, and we're not going to do too much. We're just going to create an empty function. And here, our function is going to be asynchronous. And it's going to take a cart item like that. So we can leave it like that. When we have our REST API, then we can come and complete this part. So for now, this is all that we need to do. And now, since we're done creating our handle press, the next thing that we need to do, we need to just go ahead and create an order item. Okay, we're going to create an order item. So right at the top, we're going to create a new variable, and we're going to call it send to order page. Okay, so that we won't get confused. Let's just go ahead and close it. So here, our send to order page object is going to be similar to our cart item somehow, but with more properties. Okay, so first we need the order item. So order item is going to be an object. So this object is going to consist some of the parameters that we have here. Okay, most, but we're going to add a few more parameters. So this one, instead of product ID, what we're going to do, we're going to make it a food ID. For quantity, we're going to take, spelling of quantity is wrong. We need to rectify this as well. It has to be count for additives. It has to be additives, and we need instructions. So our instructions are going to be the text field that we created. So we're going to map it to preference. Okay, so it's supposed to be instructions here, and we're going to map it to preference. We need a price as well, but down here it's not going to be total price. The variable name is going to be price. So we can paste this, and we can just change this to price, and we can add a comma here. And right outside, we're going to require the title. So the title is going to come from the item, supposed to be item dot title. And we also need the description. It's going to be item dot description, and we need image URL, supposed to be item image URL, and we're going to take the first item of that list, and we need a restaurant ID. So for restaurant ID, we have to get it from our object. So right on top, we're going to create a variable, and we're going to call it ID, which is going to be item.restaurant. Okay, item.restaurant. So our error is coming from here. So this one is supposed to be ID. If we save, we don't have an error. So this is our our object. So we need to send this object to this page. Okay, so let's go down where we are navigating to this page. We need to also send order item, send to order page. Okay, so if we go to our order page, we're going to receive the item via our params. So what we can do here, we're going to use route. Okay, route is equals to use route. We need to use the use route hook, and from our route we need to extract the object. Okay, so we're going to call this object order is equals to route dot params. Let's just go ahead and log the data. Okay, so we're going to log the order here. So if we click, we're supposed to have our order here. So that's it. Now we successfully sent the data that we want to use here. So we'll revisit our order page, design our order page. But for this page, I think most of the work is done. We need to go ahead and focus on this restaurant page first, because it's a little bit complicated and it has more. So right now we need to go ahead and focus on our restaurant page. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go to our navigations, and we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it restaurant. Okay, it's supposed to be a restaurant page, and it has to be a JSX. So here, what we're going to do, we're going to just go ahead and visit, because we want to have a tab view in here. So the best way, we can just visit React Native docs tab view. All the dependencies are installed already, so we can just copy this snippet that we have here. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and paste it in our page like that. So we're going to have two pages here. Okay, so this is the first route, second route. Okay, so let's save that for now. We want to change this from export to restaurant page. Okay, const the restaurant page. We just create the same way that we create a component. So it's going to be like that, and we need to export defaults right at the bottom. Like that. So when we go to our, let's go to our homepage, not homepage per se, but we want to go to nearby restaurants. So when we click on press, we're supposed to be taken to the restaurant page. Okay, so we will need to tweak it a little bit. So it's better if we tweak it while we seeing it. Okay, so nearby restaurant, the first thing that we're going to require is our navigation. So we need navigation. So we need to use navigation. So we're going to have const navigation over here is equals to use navigation, and then we're going to go ahead and close it here. So we want to use this instance of our navigation to navigate to the page that we just created. Navigate, and here we're navigating to the restaurant page. So we have to hook this restaurant page in our app.json. Okay. So we have to create a new screen. Let's give it a name. Restaurant page. And we need to map it to the right component. Like that. So this is the name that we're going to use to navigate to the restaurant page. So we go back to our nearby. And here we are navigating to restaurant page. Okay. So we have our tabs here. Make a few more adjustments to our page before we move on to the real page, because this page that we just created is supposed to be inside of the restaurant page. Okay, like restaurant navigation. So we're going to add a third route, and we're going to put it here as scene 3, right? And we need to add another key, and we need to give it a name, and we just need to change these names to menu, direction, and then new. That's all that we need to do. Then we have 3, okay, like that. So that's it for our tab view. So let's go ahead and create a new folder in here. Okay, so we're going to call it restaurant, like that. It has to be a folder, not a file. So we have to create it as a folder here. Oh, let's delete this file that we partially created. New folder, and give it a name. And then in this folder, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it a restaurant, like that. Capital R, and it has to be a JSX file, like that. So in here, we're going to create our component restaurant. Okay, let's just go ahead and save that one. So in here, we're going to receive navigation. That's the first thing. And let's go ahead and hook it up to our app.js. Okay, that's not it. So we're going to go Control C, Command C. Let's format. And here, we're going to have our screen name is restaurant, and we're going to map this restaurant to the restaurant that we just created now. Well, not restaurant page per se, but it's going to be just restaurant, like that. Okay, so we need to go back here, go back to our nearby, because everything is starting from our nearby. Go back to our nearby. Here we're going to navigate to the restaurant page, like that. Okay, so if you click, we're taken to this page. So in this page, we need to just go ahead inside of our view. We're going to have another view. So let's go ahead and give our view a style. So as for style, we're going to have heights, and we're going to give it a height of, let's go with 600, like that. So inside, we need to have this restaurant page. Now, okay. So right at the top, we are going to have some other components. So what we can do, we can just remove this restaurant that we have. The height, let's just give it a 400. So it's going to be like that, and we're going to have our menu down here. Okay, so if we come here, we're going to show our map and our details. But right on top, we're going to have the image related to the restaurant, the name of the restaurant, as well as the distance. So in this part, that's where we're going to calculate the distance. So here, I'm just going to run you through. The code is going to be provided for you, because like it's a little bit tedious if you try to do it line by line. Those are long lines of code, and at the end of the day, we might take more time to try to write everything together. So probably the code is going to be provided for you, and I'll just guide you through on how to use the code to get direction distance, time, and route to a particular place. Okay, but our setup, we're almost done with our setup, so we can do a few more things. So what we can do right at the top, okay, we can remove this, and we're going to have a network image. Okay, supposed to be network image here. So for network image, we're going to require the data, isn't it? That's the first, and we're going to require height. So as for height, we're going to use sizes dot height, and we need to divide our height by 3.4. Okay, we also need to have width, and for width is going to be the horizontal width of our device. So it's going to be width here. Let's see, we're supposed to receive the item from our home page, right? We're going to send this item to the next page. So we go to nearby, and then here we're going to send item. After sending item, that means we need to receive the item in here. So we're going to use route. Const route is equals to use route. Okay, so we need to extract the item from our parameters. So we're going to have const item is equals to route.params, like that. So our data is going to come from item.image URL. Okay, I don't know whether it's an array or not, but let's go ahead and just log our data first. We log the item. Okay, if you click, oh, okay, it's not an array, so we have our image here. Okay, so far so good. So let's just keep the data here so that we know what we are dealing with exactly. So we're going to have a little bit of radius. So for radius, we're going to give it a radius of, let's go with 20 for starters. Okay, 20 might be too much. Let's go with 15. Let's format our code. Okay, 500, maybe 4, something like that. So here we're going to have a view. In this view, that's where we're going to put the name of the restaurant and the distance. Okay, everything that's related to our distance and stuff is going to come right inside of this view. So let's have a view here. So for starters, we can add a height just to create this space, but we don't need it. The space is going to be determined by the components that we're going to put right inside. Okay, so instead of 400 here, let's just go with 2. Okay, image, we want to put the buttons as the same as the ones that we put on our food page. So what we need to do, we just need to revisit this page. We need these buttons. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. We're going to go ahead. Oh, this is plus. We need the back button. We need to open this view. Okay, so we got a back button, and we have a share. Yeah, okay, so we need these two. We're just going to copy these two components. After that, we go back and we're going to paste them right here on top. We need to go ahead and copy the style as well. Okay, so let's copy the first 3 styles, the first 3 style objects, and then we're going to paste them here. Okay, so we have to import colors and sizes like that. And the next thing, we need touchable opacity, and we also need icons. So first, let's handle our touchable opacity, and we need to import icons. So for icons, it's easier. We just get them from here. Okay, like that, and then we come paste them here. Let's get rid of this and design, save. Okay, so we're going to reopen this page. So we have our buttons right here. Okay, so we're done with that part. So we can close these two. And next we want to go ahead and deal with our rating. So our rating is going to be suspended right here. Okay, so after this touchable opacity, after the image per se, after the image, we're going to create a view. And so for a view, we're going to give it a style. We're going to call it rating. So we need to access our styles, and we need to call our style rating. So we need to copy the name, go down to our style objects, and we need to go ahead and create a style object. So in our rating, we're going to have a height. We're going to give it a height of 50. We're going to justify whatever we're going to put inside to the center. Our width has to be 100%. Position, we're going to go with absolute, like that. Background, it's supposed to be background color. So for the background color, we're going to go with #00. It's a greenish color. FF53C. Z index, we're going to go with 999. Okay, so we're done with that part. At the bottom, we're going to give it a 0. The border radius, we're going to give it something like 18. Okay, so it's here. It's supposed to be right here on top, so we need to make some adjustments. So what we can do, we're going to just copy everything, cut per se, not copy. And we're going to have a view, paste everything in a view, and we're going to check this rating, and we're going to put it right here. Let's format the code. Okay, so that's our rating here. We need to adjust our border radius a little bit from 18 to 15. Okay, so far so good. Now we need to work on the rating itself. Okay, so what we did here, we just want to contain everything that's going to be on top of this image within a container. So we wrapped around everything, including the image in a view. And work inside of our view. So the first thing that we need another view inside of our view. So let's just go ahead, create a view. So in this view, we need to give this view a little bit of style. So we're just going to take off the style in here and then move it down later if we have to. So the first thing, we need flex direction. So for flex direction, we need to make it a row, and we need to have justified content. So we need to justify everything to space between, okay? And we need to give it a margin horizontal. So for the margin horizontal, we have to give it a 12. So let's just take it out of here. We put it inside of our styles. So we're just going to cut it. And here we're going to say styles dot inner rating. And so we have to go ahead and create this inner rating down below. And then we save, okay? So you can just format the code. So there goes our code. So we need to have the components that we're going to put inside of this row. So we're going to have two components. Okay. The first one is going to be the rating stars. And the next one is going to be a button, which is going to take us to a page to rate the shop. Okay. So let's go ahead and have our rating input. So rating input comes from our stock rating. Okay, so we need to import that manually. So right on top, let's just create a little bit of space between our imports and our component. Import rating input from React Native star rating. Okay, so here we just need to add the parameters that we need to add. So first we're going to have the rating. So now we need to consume our data, which is this item that we have here, and we console logged here, so we can see here we do have rating. Okay, it's supposed to be item.rating. That's going to be the face. So we have our rating. Let's give it a size. We're going to give it a size of 20. It's a little bit smaller, but it's okay. So we're going to leave them as gold. We could have like made them white. Let's try to change the color, but gold when it comes to rating is the right color. So here we can just say colors.light white like that. Okay. But you have a choice to either keep it gold or to just change the color. But for me, I think I'd go with the gold one. So let's focus on the next component. For the next component, we're going to use a touchable opacity. So for touchable opacity, we're going to require a style. So this style, we're going to give it a name. It's supposed to be a rating button. Okay, so we just call it BTN. So we need to create this style. So let's go down below and then we create our object. So for writing btn, we're going to require a border color. So for the border color, we're going to go with colors.light white, like that. Border width, we're going to go with 1. The border radius, we're going to go with 12. And for the padding, we have to give it a padding of 6. Okay, so that's our button right there. So we need to add a little bit of text inside. So inside of our touchable opacity, we're going to have a text component. Okay, I'll break this stone, something like that. Okay, 12 is too much for radius. Okay, we get title here, but title is too much as well. Let's see. We want style to our text. Go with 16 and go with white. No title, but btn text. Not like that. Okay, so let's give a style to our texts. So we need to access our styles, and from our styles we need to go with btn text. Okay, that'll do. So we just need to have on press. Then on press, we're going to navigate to the rating page. So the rating page is going to be provided for you. We're not going to design it from scratch. It's simple. It's a simple page. Okay, let's pass it as an empty function for now, but we need to navigate to a particular page. Here we have to navigate to our rating page. So the rating page is going to be provided in the starter code. So what you need to do, you just need to come to your app.js. In your app.js, you need to create a new screen and hook it up here. Okay, that's what you need to do. After you hook it up, then you're going to use this name to navigate to the page. So let's go back. Let's close this for a second. So here we're navigating to the page. And one other thing to take note, you might run into a little bit of a glitch. So, add rating page, we have this reusable header. This reusable header is also going to be provided with the starter code, and you can find it in components here. Right? So that's going to be the additions. So if you click, you're supposed to be taken to this page and see how this image is square and this image is square. So what you need to do, you need to correct one thing, and that's the border radius. Okay, so if we come to our add to, so here, if we take a look at our asset, here our spelling is wrong of radius. So it's either you correct that spelling or you just change this spelling. Okay, and then you save. So changing this spelling is okay because you won't go ahead, you won't get to go inside the application and change all the occurrence of this radius if you've used the asset image before. Okay, so that's the first, and we need to open this reusable header, and we need to do the same here, and then we save. So we have our image, rating, then submit. Okay, so we're done with this part. We want to work right underneath here. So right underneath, we're going to take care of several things, and most of the stuff, they're going to be coming from our hook. In our hook folder, we have a file with the name Google API services. So we're going to be using our API services to get the calculations that we need. Okay, so we're going to use this function to calculate distance, time, and this distance, time, and price. Okay, and you need the same API key that we've used before, the one that we put in our is it app.json? Yes, the one that we have in our app.json, you need to just come here, copy the API key, and then you come here and you paste it here. Okay, so those are the steps that you need to follow in order for us to go ahead and calculate distance and time. So let's go ahead and start working in this particular space, the empty space. Okay, we've mentioned where our function is going to come from, so probably we're going to mention it again in a little bit, but we're going to start with the design first, and then we can just go ahead and have our... Right now, we just need to close some of the pages that we're not using here, and then we want to go back to our restaurant page. So in our restaurant page, we want to work in this empty area. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and create a view. We already have a view, so we're just going to go ahead and remove this height. After removing the height, we need to go ahead and give our container margin top. We're going to give it a margin top of 8. Margin horizontal, we're going to give it a margin horizontal of 8 as well. Then margin bottom, we're going to give it a margin bottom of 10, like that. Okay, so we want to work inside. Okay, let's close this, and we can close this view as well. Okay, so first we want to display our restaurant title. So we're going to have a text component, and we want to access this item and get the title, which has to be in a brace, item.title, item. Okay, like that. So we have our title, and we have to give our text a style. So for our style, we're going to access styles, and then we're going to map it to title, like that. That's going to be our title. Right underneath, we're going to have another view. So let's close that. We need to give this view a style. We need a row. Okay, so for a row, the first thing that we are going to take into consideration is flex direction. Okay, we need a column. We need to make it a row. Afterwards, we need to justify content to space between, like that. So we need to have two text components inside. So for these ones, we need to change the style. Okay, so here we have title, but we don't want to use a title. We want to use a smaller font size. So here we're just going to call it small. We change this to, let's change it to 13. We go back here, we map this to small. Okay, and we do the same for this one as well. So we need to manipulate the color. So we're going to change the color to a gray color. Then we need to change the font family for the other one. Okay, font family, we need to make it regular, like that. So we're going to have about 3. Okay, so we need to just copy the view that we created, paste it down, and we paste it down again. So it's going to be like that. So we need to change these titles. Okay, so we're going to have one for distance, and we're going to have one for time, and we're going to have another one for cost. Okay, costs is supposed to be down here, like that. Time here, we can say preparation time, that's prep time, prep and delivery. So for this part, we're going to just go ahead and take the time the restaurant takes to prepare the meal and the delivery time, combine the two, and then we have our time here. Okay, so that's something that we'll do. We'll change these values as soon as we run our function here. Okay, so right on top, we're going to have use effect, like that. So we need to have our function to calculate all these parameters. So we're going to use the function that we have in our Google APIs, which is this function. So first, we need to access Google API services, and then we're going to get this calculate distance and time. So for this, we're going to require the latitude, longitude. We're going to require these coordinates. Okay, so the first one is going to be the start latitude, start longitude destination. So the destination is going to be the current location of a user. Okay, so we need to import the location here. So we've passed the location using use context, right? Using context, so we need to retrieve the values. So here we're going to have location, set location, and they're going to come from use context. Supposed to be user location context here. Okay, so start is going to be the restaurant. The destination is going to be user location. So let's go ahead. Okay, we're going to, let's close this. Right on top, let's go ahead and close this first. We're going to log item. Okay, so we need to get our coordinates here. So our coordinates are in codes. So we're going to access codes. Okay, and from codes, we're going to get the latitude like that. Okay, so let's just print these two. Okay, so those are going to be our coordinates, our start coordinates. Right at the bottom, before we activate this, we need to also print the location. Okay, like that. Yeah, okay. So we have all our coordinates. Right now, we can use them here. So the first ones are going to be for the restaurant. Let's go with the restaurant. So if we hover over, we're going to start with start latitude. This one is going to be longitude. Right after that, we're going to have destination latitude. So that's location. And below, we're going to have our longitude. So after we run this function, we're going to get the results. Okay, so we're going to have then, we get the results here, and we're going to further process that result. So if we have something here, if we have results, then we're going to set those results in a state variable. Okay, so we need to create a state variable right on top. We're going to call it distance time. Okay, so let's go ahead and have distance time, and we're going to have set distance time. Here we're going to use state, and it's going to be a map like that. So we need to call this setter, then we're going to push results. Okay. Okay, it seems like we do have an error. Let's see where it is coming from. Our error is this if statement. So initially I made an error here. It was like this, and I'm trying to set it in the condition. Okay, so it's supposed to be if we have results here, then we're going to go ahead and set the results to this state variable. Okay, so we don't have an error anymore. And here down here, we're just going to log the results. But one thing that you have to take note of, please make sure that you have the API key in this function. So at the moment, I don't have an API key, so the function is not going to run. So you need to go and make sure that you put the API key. Otherwise, the function won't run. Okay. So you just paste the API key. You can find it in app.json. Okay, that's going to be my key. So you need to do the same with yours. Don't use my key. You should use yours. And we're going to save here. Okay, so here, let's press back. We're going to get rid of these. Okay, right now we have our result. So that means everything is working fine. So we need to just access these results, and then we can display the correct information here. Okay, so first we're going to start with distance. Okay, so our distance here is already in kilometers, so that's okay. So we're going to say distance time, and then we need to access the distance like that, which is 0.9. That's correct. From the time, we need to process it a little bit further, so we have to wait a little bit. We just go ahead and work with the ones that we have. So we have distance time, and then we have to get the price. That's the delivery price, final price here. Okay, so in this function, in this hook, we do have another function to extract numbers, because here of our return values, they include their strings. So we need to get the integers, especially when it comes to to time. We just need to get the numbers, and then we're going to use those numbers to go ahead and calculate the time that we're supposed to have here. Okay, so we go back to our restaurant page, and we want to call a function. So we're going to go ahead and have our Google services, and we're going to call this function. It's supposed to be total time is equals to, so we need to push in our time. So this time, okay, that's going to be distance time dot duration. That's going to be our first. If this number is not available, we're just going to return 0 here, and we're going to add it to another number. So the other number is going to be the number that's coming from our restaurant, which is this time, like, okay. So we're just going to go ahead, copy this line, and we're going to paste it here. But instead of distance time, we're going to go with item.time, okay, like that. And down here, let's just go ahead and try to log the time, total time. Yeah, okay, 19 minutes, which is this 4 minutes plus the 15 minutes that we have here. Okay, so let's remove that, copy this, and here we're going to paste our total time. Yeah, okay, so we are done with that part. Next, we're going to focus on these ones. Okay, we're going to focus on our menu, the distance, and new. New is something that we can focus on whilst we have our REST API integrated. So let's just go ahead with the menu, just creating the components, because it's just the food that we are returning. So if we have a layout, it will be easy when we have our REST API integrated. But this height, let's try to use sizes dot height, and we're going to divide this by, let's try to divide by 2, 1.5. 1.5 will do. Okay, so we're going back to this restaurant page. So here we need to replace these pages because we want to create them as separate components. We don't want to keep them here. Okay, so what we can do, we can go back to this folder. We create a new file, and we're going to have one with the name menu, and we have to make it a JSX file. So here we're just going to create a component with style, and we're going to create one with the name directions, and it's a JSX file as well. We create the component. We're going to create the one with the name new, and then we create the component inside like that. So we just want to hook these pages to our tab view. So first is going to be menu. Okay, the page is not importing. It's a little bit weird. Okay, so let's just try to import the menu. We're going to import menu from, we need screens, and from screens we're going to access restaurant, and here we need to get this menu. So that's going to be our first. Okay, so this one is working fine. So let's import the other two. Next, we're going to have directions, and for directions we have to map it to directions. New, we have to map it to new. So we have directions, and we have new. Directions, new. Okay, so we've successfully hooked our components here. So the next thing is to work on those components. But what's tricky is how we are going to get the data to the particular page, because these pages are separated from our restaurant page, the native view. So we need to find a way to get the data to these pages. Get our data across, we want to go ahead and set our data whenever we click on this. Whenever we click on this, then we should go ahead and set our data, right? So let's go ahead and do that. We need to go and visit nearby. Okay, our nearby component. So whenever we are navigating here, we should also set the object to our context, because we've already wrapped our app with the restaurant context. We didn't do that. Okay, we didn't wrap it in a restaurant context, but okay, we don't have it here. So that's the one thing that we have to do. So I bet we've created the context, but we are not using it. So if you visit context, we have restaurant context, okay? So that's the context that we want to use. So we go back to our app.js. So in our app.js, we're going to create two new state variables. So we're going to call it restaurant. I'm just going to call it restaurant object, okay, obj. And right here, our setter is going to be restaurant obj, set restaurant obj. Okay, so we need to use our context. We need to wrap our app with this context, and then we can go ahead and use this context in our other pages. So we go down here, we're just going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it here, and right at the bottom I'm going to copy this as well, and I'm going to paste it here. So the first thing that we need let's see, what's the name of the context? The name is restaurant context. Okay, it's supposed to be restaurant context here, and we have to do the same for the one above here. Okay, but I'm sure we don't have our restaurant context imported, so we need to import it. So we're just going to copy one of our contexts here, restaurant context, and we need to map it to the restaurant context, like that. So we need to have a restaurant obj, and we need to set that object. Let's save. Okay, we don't have an error, so that means we've successfully hooked this object. So right now we go back to our nearby components, nearby. So the way that we're navigating here, we have to change it a little bit. We have to put this in a brace, and then we're going to have another function. So right on top, we need to import our context. Restaurant obj, and then set restaurant obj. Like that. We're going to have use context hook, and we want to consume restaurant context. Okay, so we're going to use the setter here, and we're going to send the item. Okay, so now if we click here, we're sending context to our restaurant object. Okay, so when we come to this page, we can just retrieve the information. So let's take, for example, if I open directions, right? In directions, if I go ahead and have const, okay, the easier way, I can just come right here. Not that one. let's just write restaurant obj set restaurant obj, and here we're consuming using the use contexts, okay? And we have to mention the context that we are consuming, right? So if I just log this data, I should have something in there. In addition, every time that I visit a different restaurant, then the data should be different, okay? Okay. Yeah, okay, so I have this data, 15 minutes. La Pizarra Eatery. That's where we are right now. So if we press back and click another one, then we're going to get the context of that particular restaurant. So that's how we're going to be pushing data to our tab view. Okay. So we're done with that part. Next, let's just go ahead and play around with our designs, and then we can move forward. So we're going to just start with the directions. We can start with the directions, put a map, and then we can focus on the other two. We need to focus on maps. We want to display a map in our directions. So the first thing that we need to do, now that we have this data, we want to extract the coordinates of this particular place. Okay, so let's close this for a second, and down below we're going to create a variable with the name code. Okay, so codes is going to be, we're going to access our restaurant object, and we're going to get the coordinates. Okay, we're going to get the codes, so those are going to be our coordinates. So what we can do, we can just print the coordinates down here. We can log the coordinate. The goal is to pass these coordinates to the map that we're going to have here. So now that we have the data, what we can do, we can just go ahead, create a new component inside of our components, and we're going to call it Google Map View, and it has to be a JSX file. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the component. So here we're going to take an object with the name place lists. Okay, so here we're just going to be passing our place, the coordinates that we extracted in direction. Okay, and we need state variables, so we're going to just handle state variables first, and then we can go ahead and work on whatever we need to work on. So first we're going to have directions, and we need a setter. So we're going to have set directions. We're going to have use state. Okay, let's go ahead and close that one. So initially it's going to be an empty array, and we're going to have another state variable for coordinates, and we need a setter. Right at the bottom, we're going to have another one for map region. Okay, so we're done with that. So for map region, it's not going to be a list, but it's going to be an object. Inside of our object, we're going to require a latitude. So we have to give it coordinates here, latitude, longitude, and then we're going to have our deltas, longitude, latitude delta, and we're going to have longitude delta, like that. So we need values. Okay, 356855. For the longitude, I'm going to go with 13139, something like that. That's going to be the initial values of our map region. Okay, so we're done with that. Next, let's focus on, we need our location as well. We need our location. So here, our location is going to come from our context. So we're going to have location and set location. These ones are going to use context, and we need to mention the context that we are consuming, which is user location context. Okay, so those are the state variables that we need right on top. So here, let's handle our map first, and then we can come and work on the functions to get the directions and get the coordinates, some stuff like that. So for our map, first we need to have a little bit of style to the container that's going to be wrapping our map. Styles.map container. So let's go ahead and create this map container right underneath. So for map container, we're going to have margin vertical, and we're going to have a margin vertical of 8. As for width, we're going to have a width of sizes.width, and we're going to subtract 20. Okay. Height, let's go with 300 for starters. We are going to readjust it when we are displaying our content. So we need border radius. So we're going to have BR. So for border radius, we have to give it a border radius of 12. We need border color. So for border color, we're going to give our edges a grayish color. So we need to access the colors from our constants. First, we import them. And here we need to use gray. So as we said, if we have a border color or something that has to do with borders, we need to include the border width. Otherwise, it won't be visible. So we're going to give it a border width of 1. Okay. So let's go ahead and save. So here, what we can do, we can even go ahead and try to place this inside of our directions page. So what we're going to do, we're just going to call this, okay, and we're going to close it. Places lists, we're going to pass codes. Okay, so that's the frame for our map. Okay, so let's continue working on this page. So right inside of our map view, we're going to have not our map view, our components. We're going to require a map. Okay, a map view like that. So our map is going to be a close component, and we need to import not defaults, but we're going to use Google here. After that, we need markers, and we also need polylines. Okay, like that. So now that we have our map view here, instead of our map view, we're going to require the provider. So our provider is going to be Google provider, the one that we just imported right on top. Okay, and we're going to show user location. We're going to set it to true. And as for our region, we're going to set it to map region. So let's go ahead and save. Let's save that. Let's give our map a style. Okay, let's format this code a little bit. So we're going to have style. So we need to bring the style down. So we need to access our styles, and we're going to call this one map. Okay, so let's create a style object with the name map. So the first thing that we're going to take into consideration is our width, and our width is going to be 100%. And we're also going to have our height, and our height is going to be 100%. Okay, so we have our map showing up here, and we're in Shibuya. Let's have the border radius. Our border radius is going to be 12. Let's save. Okay. Okay. Let me do one thing here. I'm going to log location. I'm going to change this to location dot latitude. Location dot code dot latitude. Okay. That way it'll work, and it's showing the user location. So that's okay. So let's get rid of this. So we need to work inside. We need to place our markers, and then later on we're going to, our location will be now at some point. So this might work for now, but it's not sustainable. So we are going to revert this, okay, to Shibuya. Okay, so we need to use effect right here. Okay, and we're going to call this use effects. We're going to trigger use effects with location, a change in location, as well as the coordinates. Okay, so what we need to do, if we have location, we're going to change we're going to set new variables to this map region. Okay, we're going to set a new map region. So let's just copy whatever we have in here, and we're going to paste it in here. We're going to change the deltas to this one. We're going to change it to 0.1, and this one we're going to change it to 0.3. And here we're going to use location. Okay, location.codes dot latitude, and down below it's going to be the same, but it's going to be for the longitude, like that. Let's save. Okay, okay, zoom it up, like zoom it a little bit, so we're around Union Square. So next we're going to try to fetch directions. So to fetch directions, we need the function. We already have the function inside of our Google Maps, Google API services. Okay, we have the function right here. We have the function right here. So we need to just cut this function from here. And then we need to paste it down below. Our use effect. One thing to take note, we require an API key to call the function, okay? And we need to set coordinates, and we need to set directions here. So we need to have our API key. So I'm going to just go ahead, create a variable right on top. Wow, those are a lot of zeros. Consts API key is equals to, then you need to paste your API key here, okay? But the name has to be corresponding to this name. Okay, so make sure the names are the same. This one and the name that you're using. So I'm going to paste my API key, then you should do the same as well. So here we need start latitude, start longitude, destination latitude, and destination longitude. Okay, to have our directions. So we're going to set these in these values, in directions and coordinates. But we need an extra function, which is this function, decode, to get the polylines. So we need to go back to our Google API. We have this function, decode. Okay, it's a little bit tedious, so that's why we have it here. I'm not going to like explain, but it will give us the results that we want. And we're going to paste it down below here. After pasting it down, when you're calling the function, we're pushing encoded polylines, right? And then we can just decode. After decoding, then we're setting whatever we're getting from this into coordinates. And these coordinates are the ones that we are going to transfer to our state variable here, okay? And we use them to draw lines on our map. and make a little bit of adjustments. We need our map to be like this here, okay? So in order for us to achieve that, we're going to change the style to this. We need to remove whatever we're subtracting here. We just need to occupy the whole width, and we need to remove the vertical, margin vertical, as well as the border radius, and we need to add height. For height, instead of 300, we're going to use our height divided by 2.6. Okay, and this line can remain as the same, but if you want to use primary, then that's okay either way. The primary like that, or you can just go ahead with tertiary either way. But gray would do justice for me. Gray too, because it's a little bit faint. Okay, so that's how we're going to display our map. Okay, so now that we have our key, we've imported our key here, we can use our key to run this function. Okay, so we have to run this function inside of our use effect. We can use it to run the function inside of our use effect to get the coordinates that we need in the directions. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to do that. So here in our use effect, that's inside. If we have the location, then we're going to run this. Otherwise, we are not, because we won't have enough data to run the function. So we're going to close this, and we're going to fetch directions. In fetching directions, we're going to require the longitude. Okay, we're going to require this: start latitude, start longitude, destination lat, and destination long. Okay, so first we're going to start with these two: location lat. That's going to be our first, and we go with location longitude. Right after that, destination. It has to be vice versa though. Let's keep these ones as destination. So our starting point has to be the restaurant. So it's supposed to be item. Let's just paste this. Let's go ahead and log our item. It's supposed to be place list, because we're receiving the data as place list here. So let's log place lists. Okay. So we just have to send it as a list. So let's see when we are passing the data. Okay, so we are now in a list. So in that list, we're just going to retrieve index 0. So now we have our object. Okay, either way. So we're going to access this object, and from this object, we're going to get the latitude and the longitude. So first we have the longitude, so we need the latitude. supposed to be latitude right here. And let's go ahead. We just need to take care of a few things. So here in our use effect, we have our fetch directions, and we need these coordinates. So if you don't have it, this coordinates was initially in our hook. So you just need to cut it from here, and then you need to paste it inside of our map. Okay, and we're going to pass coordinates. We're going to pass encoded polylines to this function that we just pasted here, and then we get our coordinates. Our coordinates, we're going to set them here, and then we're going to get them from our state variable. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. So here we need to focus on markers. Okay, so in order for us to have markers, what we need to do, we need to import markers. We need to import a marker from React Native maps. Okay, after we import the marker, we're going to have a title and the coordinates. So our first one is the current location of a user. That's user current location. So we're going to map the coordinate to a map region. Okay, because here we're changing our map region in our use effect here to the current location of the user, because we're getting this location from our use context, and then we're setting it to this variable, the not location but this variable, the map region. So that's for our first. And our next one, we're going to take the list that we're passing from a directions page, this list, and then we're going to iterate through it and get the first item of that list, which is going to be this places list. So we're going to map the list, and we're going to get all the items. Since we have one, we're just going to have one marker, which is going to be for the restaurant. So we need to create this place marker. Okay, so this place marker is just a component inside of our components. It's taking in coordinates as a prop, and we're just wrapping a marker inside. So when we receive the data, we're going to use that data to access the title. Okay, this title is the one that we want to give this marker. So let's take, for example, if we click, the name of the restaurant is going to be the title, and then the coordinates of this marker is going to be the coordinates of the restaurant. Okay, so we just need to access this variable and get the latitude and the longitude. And here we're just going to export the place, so everything else remains the same. So let's close this. So that's going to be for our places. And right at the bottom, we need polylines. Okay, we need to display these lines. So to display these lines, we're just going to use the coordinates. These coordinates are the coordinates that we've set to this state variable. Okay, so we need to have polylines first. Polylines takes in coordinates, so we need to put the array of our coordinates, and to have these lines, we're going to require this stroke color. Okay, so this green color, that's our primary color, and stroke width is the size. Okay, so let's take, for example, we change this size to 7. Our line is going to be a little bit thicker. If we make it small, then our line is going to be a little bit smaller. So let's go ahead, work with 5. So that's all that we need to do for our map. So we're done with our map. Next, we're going to be focusing on our menu. as well as our recommendations. Right at the bottom of our map, we want to display our address and then a button to just show the direction. So we're going to have another view. We have to give a little bit of style to this view. It has to be a row, so we need to use flex direction. Let's put a double brace. First, we're going to take care of our flex direction. We need to make it a row. After making it a row, we need to justify our content. So we're justifying content to the center, right? Not center, but space between. Let's go with space between. We need to align item to the center like that. We also need to put something. Let's put something inside and then check like what kind of adjustments do we need to make to our container. Okay, so we need to add a little bit of margin to the top. We're going to give it a margin of 12. Let's go with 12. Okay, 12 will do. So in here, we're going to require a text. We're going to require a text. Okay, so our text is going to have this small, okay, style, this style. So we're going to copy the style from restaurant and we're going to put it to our directions inside of our style sheet. So we need to access our styles and then we're going to get small. Okay, now we don't have the colors as yet, so we need to import the colors. After importing, we have to make the family to regular. Color, we're going to go with gray. Okay, so here we need to display the address. Okay, so our address is going to come from codes. Is it codes? Okay, let's just log the codes. Okay, we do have an address in coordinates, so that's the address that we want to display. So we're going to go with codes.address like that. So we do have our address here. One other thing we need to have, let's just put this as margin, okay, so that this address can be pushed inside a little bit. We're going to add a little bit of width to our text. We're going to have width here. So for our width, we're going to use sizes dot width, and we're going to divide our width by 1.6, something like that. We want to have a button here. We want them to be in the same line. Okay, so we don't want the text to take up the whole space. Okay, so we are done with that part. Now we are going to focus on our next. So here we do have this button. We can use the same style. So if we go to restaurant, we have BTN texts, we have the rating button. That's the one that we want to take. Let's just go ahead, paste the style here. We're going to have another view down here. Let's just put a text inside and then we're going to close it. We're going to write something in it. So that's our text. So here we need to add style to our view, and we have to align, not assign the rating style that we've pasted down below, rating BTN. Okay, but the color is white. We need to make it a darker color. Let's go with black, something like that. And our text is supposed to be directions. So this has to be a touchable opacity, not a view, because we want this button to be clickable. So we're going to go with touchable opacity. Okay, let's close this. And here we're going to have on press. On press, we're supposed to do something. So first, let's just put an empty function. So we're almost done. Let's go ahead and have our function to open up the map. Okay, so right on top, we're going to have a new function and we're going to call it on direction click. So on direction click, we have to open the map. So to open the map, we need a URL. So here we're going to create a variable where we're going to store our URL. So we're going to use platform. Okay, our platform has been imported and we need to select. So right inside, we have to specify if it is iOS, what are we supposed to do? If it is Android, what are we supposed to do? Okay, so for iOS, we're going to use, we should have maps here. Then we have our coordinates. So we're going to have our latitude first. We add a space and then we need to add a comma, and then we're going to have our longitude. That's for iOS. Down below, we're going to handle for Android. So for Android, we're going to use geo, like that. We need to, okay, and we need some additional parameters. That's for Android. So down below, we're just going to use linking, okay? And we want to open URL, and we have to provide our URL here, which is this URL that we have here. So we want to use this on direction click in our function, not in this function, you know, touchable opacity, this on press, then we're going to use on direction click. Okay, so we're successfully opening our map. So if we click, no, it's supposed to revisit. Let's see, probably did some wrong. Okay, so we're opening our map from our application. So you can just put the address and then you can get the directions. Okay, so we're done with this page. So let's go ahead and work on our menu, and then we can work on our new. Work on our menu. The first thing that we need to do, we need to visit this restaurant page, or we can just come to our menu page. Then we need to remove this. So in here we have one disadvantage because we're not passing on navigation through params. So what we can do, we have to import use navigation if we want to use navigation in this page. Okay, so down at the bottom, we're just going to create an instance of our navigation like that. So we do have our navigation. We can use navigation whenever we want. So that's the first thing. Next, we need to go ahead and take care of our data. We need to get the restaurant data to this page. So we're going to have our restaurant object. Okay, so that's the data that we're getting from our context. It's supposed to be restaurant obj. Okay, so let's just replace this and then we put R here, keep R, and then here we have to use context, the use context hook. So make sure that it is imported right on top, and we have to mention the context that we're consuming, okay, which is restaurant context. So we have our context. So we need to go ahead and have a flat list in here. A flat list because we need to display a list of foods this restaurant has. So in order for us to have a flat list, the first thing that we're going to take care of is a little bit of style to our view. So we're going to give our view a style. We're going to give it empty margin top. We're going to give it 5. Okay, so you have to put navigation inside, not outside. Okay. So let's work inside of our view. So the first thing, we need a flat list. So for a flat list here, what we're going to do, okay, let's just go ahead and write the code together. So we're going to have a flat list. Make sure it's imported right on top and it's a closed component. First thing, we're going to require the data prop. So here we're going to just use the UI data and we're going to get the foods. Okay, show vertical scroll. We need to set this property to false. We don't want to show the scroll. Afterwards, we need to add a little bit of style as well. So for style, we're going to manipulate empty margin top and we need to give it a 5. Key extractor. So for key extractor, we're going to use the item that we're going to be extracting from our data. And from that item, we're going to take item.id, item._id, since the data is the same as the data that we were supposed to get from the database. So that's going to be our key extractor here. That's an error. It's supposed to be like that. And down below, we need number of columns. We are going to give it two columns. We are going to enable our scroll. After enabling our scroll, we're going to just render item. Okay, so when we're rendering, we're going to take in an item and then we're going to render the component that we want to render. Okay, so we're going to put it in brackets, not braces, brackets. So let's just have a view in here just to have a little bit of a view of what we're dealing with. Inside of a view, we're going to put a text. Okay, so we have 3. This list is quite small. Now let's see. Foods 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. We have quite a lot. Okay, let's try to remove number of columns. Okay, so we're just going to make it as a tile. We don't want to make things complicated. So let's remove number of columns here. Okay, so what we're going to do here, we're going to have our image. That's the image, and we're going to also have the details, and we should be able to add stuff to the cart. So let's go ahead and try to design our component. So we're going to design it as a separate component. So we just need to come to components, create a new file, and we're going to call it foodtile. And it has to be a JSX file. We've created our component, and it's going to take in, it's going to receive the item. We're going to need on press with a small letter here. And we're going to also need to show details. So on press is going to be for the cart, and show details is going to redirect us to the food details page. Okay, like that. So first we need to wrap this in a style. We're going to just call it a wrapper. So we need to create this wrapper down below. So for our wrapper, we're going to have a background color, and the background color is going to be secondary 1. And that's the first. We're going to have border radius. It's supposed to be border radius here. We're going to give it a border radius of 12. A little bit of padding. We're going to give it a padding of 12 as well. After that, let's go with margin bottom. MB is equals to 15. Let's go with MR. That's margin right. Margin right, we're going to give it a margin of 10. And padding right, we're going to give it a padding of 7, like that. So let's go ahead and just hook this food tile to this flat list. Okay, so here we're going to have our food tile. So it's a closed component. Yeah, okay, so that's our food tile right there. And we're going to pass in the item. So if we come back to our food tile, we have this text here, so we can access the item and we can get the title like that. So let's go ahead and design how we want it to look, and then we can proceed to our recommendations. I think that we need a row in here inside of our food tile. So for us to make a row, we are going to manipulate the view. We need flex direction. For flex direction, we're going to use a row here. So let's go ahead and push this text right inside. Okay. Nothing will change. So inside, we're going to require another. Let's go ahead and have our network image. Network image is supposed to be a closed component. So first we require the data, and the data is going to come from our item. It's going to be item dot image URL. Okay, let's see, probably in array or so. Okay, let's give it a height. We're going to give it a height of, let's go with 100 for starters. And we're going to give it a width of the same size. Okay, so we have our image. Let's go with radius. We're going to give it a radius of 15. So 100 might be a little bit too much, so we need to reduce it down a little bit. So we're going to go with 75 for both the width and the height. Okay, 75 like that. So our text, we have to put it in a view. Okay. The shadow is not visible. Let's go ahead and just have a view here. Inside of this view, we're going to put the text. Okay, so like that. We need to push this text a little bit to the other end. So we're just going to have margin that's, let's see, margin left, put it 10. Okay, so we need margin left and we need margin top. Margin top, we're going to have probably 5. Okay, like that. So down below, we're going to have our rating for the food, and then we're going to even show the price. And the price, we can show it on the other end. So since here we're in a row, what we can do, if I use space between, that won't be okay. So let's do it step by step. Since we have our title, we're going to go ahead and log this data first. Let's log our item. We have time, we have price, we have rating. So let's handle our rating. So what we're going to do, we're going to get the rating. So we already have our rating component right here. Okay. Go to menu, not food tile. After the title, we're going to paste that. So we need to import this rating input. We're just going to copy that and then we're going to paste it here. Okay. Item.rating. Okay, that's going to be our rating. So that's okay. We might need to reduce the size a little bit to 20. Change the color to green. Okay. We're going to use primary. Okay, I like that. Okay, I'm going to go with primary 1 for that one. So the best way to design it, let's see, that's the view, and that's another view. We have another view here. We close it and we paste everything inside. So inside of this view, we need to add a little bit of style. So in our style, we need to have our background color. So for the background color, we're going to use colors.light white. Okay, like that. And we need border radius. We're going to give it a radius of 12. Okay. So let's format our code and then we can continue. So we have our title. We need to put our price. So for this one, we want to make it a row so that we can have our title and our price. But first, let's make it a little bit bigger. So style, we're going to use styles.title. So we don't have the style here. So what we can do, we can just come here. If we have title, yes, we do. We're going to copy the title and we're going to paste it here. After pasting, we have colors ready. So that will do. Here, our text is a little bit too big. We need to reduce it to 16. Okay, let's change the color to gray. Like that. Below, we want to have our tags, our food tags, and then we can have our price. So what we can do, we can put this image and this information that we have here in a row, right? And then we can have another item inside of a row again. So we're going to put this as one component of a row, and we're going to put price as the second component of that row. But first we need to put this flat list. We want to put food tags right below our rating. So we need to go to food page, copy this, and then we come back right after our rating. We're going to have this flat list. So we need to make sure that we import the flat list. We have additives. Okay, we have food tags here. So we should be able to access them. Light white, not really. Let's go with black. Okay, so light white will do. We just need to go ahead and copy the style. So we have this tags style. We need to go ahead and get it from this page and paste it here. We get a lot of tags. Okay, so we're just going to display 4. So we just need to slice the list and display 3 or 4 components depending on the size. Margin top, let's give it a 5. The padding remains the same, but we need to have a margin bottom like that. So we're done with that part. So what we need to do, we need to have our price, because if it is a food item, we have to show the price somehow. So we're going to make it suspended. So we can close this. We can put it anywhere though, like inside of this view. So let's go ahead, have another view. Inside of the view, we're going to have a text. Let's have a text first so that we can see how best we can position the component. Okay, so here we need to add style. We need to manipulate the position. So the position has to be absolute. Okay, so we need to push it to the right. Okay, to the right, we're going to give it a, let's give it a 0 for starters. It's 0. Like that. Let's go ahead, give it a background color. Let's give it border radius. We're going to give it a border radius of 12. We're going to give it a top. Let's give it 1, maybe 2. Yeah, okay, so we're going to go with 5, 5. To the right, we're going to give it a 5. And to the top, we're going to give it a 5 as well. Let's change this color to a primary color. Let's go with primary 1. Primary would do. Yeah, okay, so everything that we're going to do next, we're going to do it in our text. So in our text is supposed to be our price. So we're going to access the item and we're going to get the price like that. And we need to give this a style. So we're going to use an existing style. We're going to use the same as the one that we used for our title. So we need to access our styles, and we need to get the title. But we need to change the color. You just need to override the color. We're going to go with light white. Let's add a $, and let's add a little bit of margin. Is it margin horizontal? Let's give it a 5. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that will do. That will do. Okay. So if you want to change the colors, you can go ahead and change the colors. So this same list is the same that we're going to have in our new. So basically, that means we're almost done. We're almost done. Okay. So if we press, we're supposed to be taken to the other page. So here we need to change this to a touchable opacity. Let's take care of it. Touchable opacity. Make sure that this touchable opacity is imported right on top. So we're going to have our touchable opacity right here, and we need to replace this with the touchable opacity. So we need on press. On press, we're supposed to navigate. Not navigate. Here we're going to use on press. Let's use show details, okay? Like that. So we go to the menu. Here, we're going to go with show details. So for show details, we're going to use navigation to navigate to the foot page. Yeah, okay. So here might be a little bit, I forgot a little bit, but let's go ahead and check how we're navigating to our food. So we need to go to new food lists. Okay, this is how we're navigating, and we're passing an item. So that's what we need to do here. Okay, good. So we're done with this part. We can do the same for the other page because they're literally the same. The stream of data is going to be different, but whatever they're going to return inside is going to be the same. Okay, so here we can just copy everything and go to this new, and let's paste. We need to import, use navigation. Okay, and we need to use contexts. We need to import this restaurant context. We also need to import the flat lists. Okay. No, something else is missing. Oh, this is not a flat list, but anyways, it's supposed to be a foot tile, and we need our data. Okay, same data. If we click, same effect. So okay, so we're done with this part. Next, our profile is going to be provided. What we need to do is just to have the right data to our profile. So let me walk you through the profile. The profile, login, and sign up page, they're going to be provided. So don't worry about coding. You just need to go through the code somehow. So let's see. Our sign up page is going to be provided. We have it here. And our login page is going to be provided as well. So just need to get rid of this. Need to make a little bit of adjustment to our wrapper, the wrapper for this foot tile. Okay. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to add the left property. We need to give it a 5. The background color, we have to change it to light white because we need to put the shadow. Okay. So for our shadow, we're going to use a spread operator, and then we access our shadows. We already have our shadows in our constants, so make sure that they're imported right here. Okay. After importing, you need to choose the kind of shadow that you want to use, whether you are going to use small or medium. But for this tile, I'm going to use small. Okay. So this will be our final look. So let's go ahead and work on our profile, and then take a look at our login page and our sign-in page. Login page and our registration page, I mean. For dealing with our profile, we have our profile, everything that we need for our profile in here, but we need to make a little bit of adjustments before we work with our profile, okay? Because here we're going to require the login context, whether the user is logged in or not. So we need to handle that in app.js first. So here we have the context that we're using here, but we don't have the login context, the user login. So let's go ahead, take care of that, and then we can proceed to work on our page. So what we need to do to get the login status, we need to go ahead and have a variable here. Not a variable, but we're going to create a new function. we're going to give it a name, login status. So either way, whether a user is logged in or not, we're going to run the function. It has to be asynchronous because we're going to check for the data in our async storage, and then we're going to check the existence of a token. If the token is there, then we're going to go ahead and get the token. If it is not there, then we're going to just set the state of our login status to false, because that means if there's no token, the user is not logged in. Okay. So right at the top, we're going to have a variable. We're going to call it user token. This user token is going to wait for our async storage, and we're going to get item, and the item that we're getting here is going to be a token. So that's the key that we're going to use when we're storing our token. We'll take a look in our login page. So here we're going to have a condition. If user token is not equal to null, that means that user is logged in. We're going to set login to true. So we need to create a state variable to true. We don't have the state variable as yet, else we're going to set it to false, like that. Okay, so that's the first step. So let's go ahead and create our state variable. So we're going to have a login, set login. Initially, it is going to be, let's set it to false, like that. And we need to run this function that we just created in our, let's check whether we have, okay, we do have our async storage here, so everything is okay. We can run it after this, like that. So now, after running it, let's just go ahead and log. We're going to log in. Okay, so false, because we are not logged in. Let's get rid of the log. Next, we're going to go ahead and have our context here. So we're just going to copy one of the contexts that we have. Let's go ahead and check the name. Okay, so this is our context, login context, right? It's supposed to be login context here with a C, and we go right on top, login context. We need to go ahead and import this login context. If you take a look here, we have our user context, but we don't have our login context. That's supposed to be login context, and we're supposed to map it to login context. Okay, so far so good. We don't have an error, so we need to consume that login context in our profile page. So if you visit our profile page as it is now, so our profile page is going to come like this, right? We're consuming our login context, but we have this state variable with the name user. We're going to get rid of it a little bit later when we're using our hook to fetch the profile. Okay, so let's try to visit our profile. So this is our profile. We don't have anything, any data here, so nothing is showing. We're supposed to show the image either way. Okay, radius. Okay, we just give a mock at foodly.com. That's going to be our email. That's a mock email. Okay, but the data we're going to get from the backend. So here, let's go ahead and deal with our image, because either way, we should be able to show this profile if our data is equals to null. Okay, let's have it over. So here, instead of source, we're going to use data. Okay, so if we use data, something should show up here. So that's going to be our profile. So for all these ones, you can go ahead and expand them a little bit further, but the UI design is done for the registration page. So we need to go ahead and set logic to this bottom navigation bar, not bottom navigation bar, but bottom tab bar. Okay, if a user is not logged in, then we're supposed to be redirected to the registration page, to the login page or registration page. So we're going to go to our navigation bottom tab. So in our bottom tab, we want to consume this login context. Okay, so let's just go ahead and login. Okay, undefined. Okay, it's undefined for sure, because we have to revisit our app.js. Here the variables are wrong. Okay, so it's supposed to be login, and it's supposed to be set login. Yeah, okay, so we have our value now. So make sure whenever you are hooking context to your main component, these variables are correct. Okay, so we have to go to profile. This is our cart. We have to close profile. So login. Else we're going to show the login page. Let's check what's the name of the component. It's supposed to be a login page, so we need to import the login page somehow on top like that. Okay, so we have missing components in here. So we are going to deal with them and then we can continue. So to fix our error, the error that we're facing related to the buttons, we just need to come to our components. In our components, we need to create an index.js file and we need to import these files and we need to export them here. The files are here. You can find them in the starter code. So the big button and the button, you can find them in the starter code and you just need to export them. Because if you take a look at the way that we're importing them here, you are importing them as part of this components. So they have to be inside the index.js. So if you now click, instead of being redirected to the profile page, we are being redirected to the login page. If we click on register, we don't have the page. Okay, so we need to go ahead and hook the page up to our app.js. So we just need to copy the screen and we need to paste it here. Let's go to our login. We need to go ahead and find out the name that we've used to navigate to that particular page. Sign up. That's going to be the name. So in our app.js, we need to give our screen a name, sign up. And we need to map it to the sign up page. So let's go to sign up, check the name. It's going to be sign up. We need to import the sign up component here. So here we do have an error. You can come to sign up. We need to get rid of this Firebase. Okay, so now we have our sign up with our login and we can go back to our home page. So until we log in, we cannot see our profile page. We have to be logged in to see our profile page. Hook this context to our app. What we need to do, we need to do the same for our cut count, because we need to get our cut count as soon as we run the application. Even if we are not logged in, our cut count, we need to have this badge as 0. Right? So to do that, the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to have variables here. So we're going to have a cart count, and we're going to have set cut count. Initially, it's going to be 0. Right, so we need to go ahead and have our cut count provider here to have our context. So we need to go to context. We have our cut count context here already. So we just need to hook it up. So we do the same. We're just going to copy and we copy. We need to change the name to cut count. And we're going to change the one underneath here. Okay, so we don't have this as yet, but let's just go ahead and take care of our cut count and set cut count. not set address, but cut count, like that. But we need to import our context. So we're just going to use the same mechanism that we used before. We get cut count context. So this is supposed to be cut count context. So here, that means we need to change our name from cut count to cut count context. Okay. And we're going to do the same for this one. Okay. So right now we do have our context. So if we come to any page and just print our context is supposed to be 0 because that's our initial value. But we're going to use our cut count context inside of this bottom tab. Okay, so we need to visit our bottom tab. We need to come to navigation, bottom tab. Right on top, we need to go ahead and just uncomment this. Okay, and we need to import these two. So first, let's just re-import use context and import cut count context. Let's see whether we do have it or not. Yes, we do. So if we come here and we just log cut count, we should get it as 0. We should get our value as 0 here. Okay, so we're returning 0. So everything is working fine. So initially, when we made this badge, our count, we just put as 0. We didn't hook it up to cut count context. So let's go to our badge. It should be right here with our cart. This text component that we have here, we have 0, but it should be cut count context. Okay, so that's our context. So let's take, for example, our context is equals to 2, something like that. Then our badge number should be 2. So if we initialize it as another value, let's say 5, right? So here it should be 5 as well. So let's take it back. Let's get it back to not to 1, but to 0, like that. So that's going to be our context. So right next, what we're going to do, we want to display our categories down here. If we press these categories, we want to just create the flight list that we're going to display down here, and the logic to the function that we're going to use. So we can close this for now. We can close the profile. We can close the login page index. We can close this. Our main focus is going to be on the home page. So we're going to open the home page. We have nearby restaurant. So this is the view that we need to hide whenever we click on these. Okay. On the category. So in order for us to do that, we're going to just set a logic. So here, if selected category is not equal to null, and selected section is not equal to null, is not equal to null, then we're going to go ahead and display something. So what we're going to do, we're going to just have a header first. So we can copy this header and we can paste it in here. Okay, it looks like we do have some kind of a problem. So our problem, these ones, they're supposed to be in the same logic. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this and I'm going to put it right here. Okay, like that. So our error is gone. So if these values are not now, then we're going to display whatever is here, whatever we are rendering here. Else we're going to display this page nearby, try something new, something like that. Okay. So down here, we can cut this. We want a view first because we want to wrap everything in a column. So here we're going to say browse. It's supposed to be browse. And we need to name the category. We need the name of the category that we're browsing through. Okay, we need to put a $sign. So in here, we're going to put selected value. Okay, like that. So let's take, for example, here we're browsing curry. So that's going to be our title, our heading. And then down here, we're going to have a flat list that's displaying all the foods and stuff. Okay. So if we click again, then we're going to revert back to this page. So next, we're going to just go ahead, create a component, and we have to give it a name. We're going to call it home category. Home categories, and it has to be a JSX file. Okay, let's get rid of another dot here. After that, we're going to create our component in here with style. So inside, we're going to go ahead. Here we need a flat list, but anyhow, we need to take care of our loading time. And that's something that we are going to do when we are putting our, like when we're implementing our REST API. Because if data is loading, then we should display something to show that the data is loading. And then after the data has been loaded, then we can just go ahead and render our components. But first, let's go ahead and take care of the flat list. And so right inside, we're going to have a view. In this view, we're going to give it a style. We're going to style everything in here. So the first thing that we need to do is to give it a margin left. So we're going to give it ML. We're going to give it a margin left of 12. And we're also going to give it a margin bottom of 10. So we need MB. Give it a margin bottom of 12. And we need to return a flat list. So make sure that the flat list has been imported right on top. And you close it since it's a closed component. So in our flat list, we're going to require a data prop. So for starters, I'm going to use uidata.foods. Okay. Show horizontal scroll indicator. We need to set this prop to false. All right. After setting it to false, we need to go ahead and have our key extractor. So for our key extractor, we're going to have the item. And then we're going to take the item underscore ID. Item dot underscore ID. Okay. ID, not underscore v. Like that. Right after that, we need style. So for style, it's going to always remain the same. We're going to have margin top, and we're going to give it a margin top of 10 this time, not 5. We need to disable the scroll. Okay, the scroll enable, we need to make it to false. All right. After that, we need to render our component. So we're going to render a food category food component. It's going to be provided for you. I'm not going to design it from scratch, but here we're going to render it in a different way. We're not going to put our item here, but we're just going to have render category item. Okay, like that. That's what we're going to render. So we need to create this as a function right on top. So we're going to have const and then our name. So in here, we're going to take in an item. Yeah, okay. So here equals, we're going to take in an item, and then we're going to put our component in here. Okay. We need to change this from a brace to a bracket, and we just need to close it here. So inside, we need to render the component that we need to display on our screen. So our component is going to be the category, just to be lowercase. It's going to be this component, category food component. And we need to close it. So the first thing that we need to pass is an item, and we need to get the item, this item. So first, let's try to import the component. So it's going to come from our components. So we might need to, we'll see the design. If the design is good enough, we might need to go ahead and change this component that we have here to the component that we're going to display in our home screen. Okay, so that's one other thing. And we need to have on press. So on press, we need to navigate to a food page. So what we're going to do, since we are in a child component, we need navigation. Okay, we need navigation. So first, we're going to import use navigation. And then here we need to create our variable with the name navigation. So we're going to use navigation in here. So let's deal with that later. For now, the priority is just to display this page without any problem. Okay. So let's add a little bit of space. We're going to go back to our home screen, and in our home screen, right below here, we're going to hook this home category. Home categories, and we need to close it. Okay, let's see what our error is, and then we can just fix the error. Error is the network image here inside of our food component. We need to just go ahead and re-import the component, because initially we have our component here. We need to remove it. After removing, we need to re-import. Okay. After re-importing, we just save. If we save and we click, then we have our component. But that's not all that we need to do. We need to make sure that our image is displaying. Okay. So here, if we take a look at our network image, we are taking in the data, not as source, but as data. So we need to change from source to data, and we need to take care of this radius, okay, because the spelling is different. Yeah, okay, so that's going to be our component. So this component is appealing as compared to the one that we created before. So what we can do, we're going to use the same component for our other page. So if we click here, then we're coming back here, and here we need to hook the same component here. Okay, so let's go back to, that's our screen's restaurant, and we're going to go to menu. So instead of displaying this food, we're going to go ahead and display the category food component. Okay, we're passing the same item, and here we're supposed to have on press. Like that, but we need to import the component first. So let's get rid of this, and then we just import our component. Let's get rid of the style since we are not styling anything. Okay, like that. So we just need to push our list to the right a little bit. So to do that, what we're going to do, we're going to have a view in here. Okay, and we have to close the view. Let's cut the component. We put it in here. So we need to add a little bit of style. So we're going to have left, give it 5, 5, 8, or 10. Let's go with 10, like that. Okay. So we're going to use the same for our new. Okay. So we're just going to copy this. We go to new, and then we're going to replace whatever we are rendering in here. And we need to import this. So if we visit this, that's what we can see. Okay. So we're done with our changes. So now the thing is, we just need to hook up the data so that we can render the correct data. We need to integrate with our REST API. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that.